A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Anybody?
There's Molly, folks. That means your friends, the Goldbergs, are here. Brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap for everything in your wash. First, let's drop in on the Dozen family. Well, there's Pa Dozen and Unky sitting in the kitchen talking. Pa's saying,
"You know, Unky, women are the limit. Always complaining about how hard they work. Cooking, cleaning, shopping."
Well, Pa, one thing Ma won't complain about anymore, and that's washing clothes. Not since she's using Does.
You're right, Unky. Us men ought to be thankful this new soap discovery came along. Why, Ma used to carry on about wash day something fierce. Now she brags about how wonderful it is to have Does do everything. Our work clothes and the towels to her prettiest rayon dufans.
Yeah, remember the day I worked on the car and got my overalls so dirty? Oh, Ma was furious. Auntie Dozen, she said, look at that dirt. How do you expect me to get those overalls clean?
Yep, she's sure tied into you.
Yeah, but now when she sees my greasy overalls, she just smiles and says, Does will do 'em easy, without any hard scrubbing.
That's right. And remember how Ma used to fuss at me for getting the towels so black.
Oh, gosh, yeah, she used to complain about what a hard time she had getting them white. Now she tells all the neighbors how easy it is to turn them out snowy white with Does.
Yep, I heard her say she's never seen white or wash.
And remember how she hated to trust her old wash day soap with the pretty rayon doodads she washes?
Sure. Now Ma says those fancy colors are actually safer with Does. Yet it gets after dirt like nobody's business.
Yeah, Does sure changed Ma's tune about wash day. It's left her nothing to complain about.
well, Does does everything, you know. Why, it's the only leading granulated wash day soap that gives longer life to colors, plus unsurpassed whiteness and real cleaning power for the dirtiest clothes. Better change to Does, D-U-Z. It does everything in your wash. And now the Goldbergs. Like a pair of conspirators, Molly and Dr. Cater are meeting in secret to solve the case of Anne Franklin. For day by day it has become more and more apparent that the key to the divorce which Molly wants to prevent lies in the character and motives of Anne Franklin. Now that Dr. Cater has had an opportunity to meet Anne and speak with her, Molly is waiting anxiously to hear what his opinion is, hoping to learn what can be done to save the marriage of two people who have 2 children and a happy life behind them, but now face divorce because there is another woman in the husband's life. It is Anne, Florence's friend and Eugene's secretary, who pointed out this brutal fact. Now, listen.
Dr. Cater, now that you had the opportunity to speak with Anne Franklin, I mean, is there anything that you can encourage me with, please?
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Goldberg.
Surely, Doctor. If you wish me, I'll retire into the other office.
No, not at all. Hello.
Hello? Dr. Cater?
Yes?
Is Mrs. Goldberg still in your office?
Yes. Would you like to talk with her?
If you don't mind.
Just a minute. Mrs. Goldberg.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Doctor,
No,
to
it's quite...
disturb you in your office.
It's all right.
Hello?
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 I said hello.
I'm answering you, darling. Hello?
Hello?
Well?
Well?
You're calling from where, dear Jake? Home or business?
Business. What's the difference?
I'll call wherever you are when. Then I will. Bye, dear. I don't want to keep Dr. Cater lingering longer than is necessary.
Why is Dr. Cater seeing Anne for dinner tonight? Did you find out?
Everything will be, everything, dear. Mr. Goldberg is so anxious.
Hello?
Hello?
Again, hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mr. Goldberg is so interested as we all are, one and all, in our family, Doctor.
Well, I can understand that. Nobody wants to see 2 people separated when there's a chance to prevent it.
Especially, Doctor, especially Florence and Eugene. They were truly 2 people in love with each other, Doctor. That's why I'm so anxious to know what you think if there's a chance to prevent a divorce, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, I do think that.
Oh, thank you.
While you were on the phone, Mrs. Goldberg, I wrote something and sealed it in this envelope.
Yes.
I want you to refrain from opening it.
Yes, Doctor.
You are to open it only after you've followed my instructions. Oh, excuse me.
Sure, what instructions, Doctor?
Hello.
Hello, is this Dr. Cater?
Yes, do you want to speak to your mother?
Yes, please.
Rosalie?
Yes. Take the phone.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'm so sorry, Doctor. They're disturbing your office. What instructions, Doctor? Hello?
Ma?
Yes, Rosalie,
I'm sorry, Ma, but...
I'll see you home, dear.
What does Dr. Cater think, Ma? How much has Anne got to do with all this trouble between Florence and Eugene?
Rosalie, where are you talking from?
School. I have a free period, Ma.
Goodbye, darling.
Ma, you upset?
No.
You sound so upset.
Goodbye, darling.
Ma, why is Dr. Cater having Anne over for dinner?
Goodbye.
Does he like us?
Goodbye.
Dr. Cater.
I'm hanging.
Are you mad?
Very glad.
Well, Ma, don't be afraid to ask questions.
Goodbye.
I love you, Ma.
At this moment, it is not mutual.
Moments pass quickly.
Bye. Doctor, you'll have to pardon me. Sometimes I think I spoiled my children. Not family, I don't mean family. Rosalie, she wants to know so much.
Well, it's a good sign. She can write rightly. She's like a mother.
Well, maybe so, Doctor. That's why I don't think I could keep this letter that you gave me for very long without...
without opening it?
I'm afraid so. And I'm sure it has something to do with Anne and Eugene and Florence. So...
It's what I think.
Oh, you wrote here what you think, Doctor?
Mm-hmm.
And why can't we talk about what you think?
We will.
Then why the letter?
Everything but that until last. I don't want you to be prejudiced. Now, you comfortable, Miss Goldberg?
Well, I'm not too comfortable. The straight chair over there would be better if you don't mind.
Please, let me help you.
Thank you. When I sit in such a soft, low chair, I fall in. I can't get up. Thank you very much.
Is that better?
Much better for me, thank you.
Well, let's do a little preliminary talking before we get down to the instructions.
Yes, Doctor.
I'd like to tell you what I think of Anne Franklin.
Yes.
Of her character, her personality, her temperament, what she seems like.
Yes, Doctor.
First, she's a woman who's had a very narrow emotional life.
Emotional?
Yes.
Narrow emotional.
Yes. Anne is deep and intense.
Yes.
She's like some kind of animal which lives between two hard shells.
Like an oyster.
She can't see anything but the one narrow little opening through which her life comes. And so all the easy, flowing emotions of life are crammed into one spot.
Uh-huh.
And when emotions are crammed,
oh, mine.
they become twisted. They begin to eat each other.
Oh, Doctor, maybe you'll be surprised if I tell you what I think, Doctor.
Yes?
I'm sorry, the telephone.
Yes. Hello?
Dr. Cater, please.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Oh, it's for me this time.
Oh.
Hello?
This is Dr. Cater, Miss Franklin.
Oh, you recognize my voice.
Yes, why shouldn't I? Will you hold on just a minute, Mrs. Goldberg?
Yes, Doctor.
Just pick up that other phone.
Yes.
I want you to hear for yourself.
But, Doctor, maybe...
No, you're my assistant on this case. It's perfectly proper.
I should pick up this phone?
No, the other one.
This?
Yes. Got it? Yes. Hello?
Hello. I want to apologize.
Oh, excellent. Good way for a friendship to begin.
For Anne. Well, anyway, I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why not?
I'm expecting a call.
Well, what of it?
Well, I don't know what time the call will come through.
Well, what of it? Just leave word to have the call switched to my house. Leave word you're having dinner with Major Cater.
Oh, I couldn't.
You mean you don't want to?
No, I just couldn't.
Oh. Well, in that case, I won't beg. If the call comes through early enough, let me know. We can always have a late supper.
Oh, thank you.
That's all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Dr. Cater, you know what I think?
What?
think, first, that the call Anne Franklin is waiting for is from Eugene Cronin. And, Doctor...
Yes?
Of course, Doctor, you're the doctor. You're the psychosis. But, Doctor, if you'll excuse me, if you'll pardon me, I came here to ask you questions. But before you tell me anything else, Doctor, I've got to tell you, please, what I have in my mind. Maybe that will also help you. Doctor, I'm more convinced than ever, Doctor.
Yes?
Doctor, you know who I think the other woman in Eugene's life is?
No.
Doctor, I think it's Anne. Anne is the other woman, Doctor.
Oh, so that's what you think.
That's what I think, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. What did you do with my letter?
The letter you gave?
Yes.
I have it.
Fine. Open it.
Want me to open it?
Yes, please, open it.
I should open it?
That's right.
Said I shouldn't open
No,
it.
don't be afraid. Go ahead, go ahead. There's it. Now, read it.
I should read it?
Yes, please.
Oh. Oh. So, Doctor, so we both think that Anne is the other woman.
Molly and Dr. Cater look at each other over the open envelope, seeing the future in a new way. For if Anne is the other woman, what does it mean for the future of the marriage? And now meet a friend of mine, Mrs. Williams.
How do you do?
Mrs. Williams, your son's in the Army, isn't he?
Yes, in England. He's a gunner in the Air Force. Oh, I'm so proud of him.
Oh, no wonder.
That's why I turn in all my waste fat.
Good.
You see, every pound I turn in can make 10 50 caliber bullets for his machine gun.
That's right. Waste fat makes glycerin, and glycerin makes gunpowder. Of course, the government only wants waste fat, the fat you'd ordinarily throw out.
Sure, but even with rationing, I still turn in a pound a month. And every time I do, it's like sending 10 more bullets right off to my boy.
Now, that's swell, Mrs. Williams. Friends, turn your waste fat in, too. Save solid fats like trimmings from meats and poultry. Melt them down in your oven whenever it's in use. Then pour this waste fat into a clean can, not a glass container. Use any clean can, and take it to your butcher. Don't throw any waste fat out. Turn it in. Keep our guns firing. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Molly learns what Cater's plans are. And Jake? Well, Jake walks the house like an unexploded bomb. This is Clayton Collier speaking and reminding you to do as the dozens do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight, the makers of Ironized Yeast bring you a story not of imaginary terrors. No, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's play will thrill and chill you beyond any power of the supernatural, because this story is based on cruel, grim reality. So tonight we urge you not to avoid this excitement and tension. Rather, we urge you to turn your radios up and listen as you've never did before.
Herr Himmler.
Heil Hitler.
Well, mein Führer, I have the report. Now, look here, Herr Hitler. It's no use getting so red in the face. That won't help anything. What happened, happened. And as long as we know why it happened, I'll see to it won't happen again. So nothing is lost and something is gained. Now, here, I have the report here. It arrived by courier only 5 minutes ago. I rushed it right up. Didn't even stop to read it myself. So, I will read. Official report on the Renoir incident as made by Captain Hans Mauchlich to Major Heinrich von Trauberitz, commanding officer 3rd Division Army of Occupation at headquarters Paris. Heil Hitler. I, Hans Mauchlich, captain, member of elite guard assigned to 3rd Division Army Occupation, being in my right mind and in full realization of the consequences to me, make the following statement. On the day of April 7th at 2 o'clock in the morning, Sergeant Karl Fischl, while on patrol duty in the town of Renoir, was shot at by unidentified woman and slightly wounded in the left thigh. In accordance with orders
radioed from Paris headquarters, I at once placed the entire population of Renoir under arrest, and in accordance with further orders received, collected 50 female hostages to be hanged in the village square unless the criminal who had shot Sergeant Fischl was turned over to me at once. These French women were placed in the basement of the town hall, and precisely at sundown, having assembled the populace in the public square, I mounted the scaffold platform which had been erected there and spoke to this village of criminals. Attention! Attention! I warn you, no disturbances, or I will give the order to fire. Now, for the last time, who among you is guilty of this crime? Speak! So, very well. The next time, every man and woman in this town will be deported for hard labor in the Reich. This time, we will proceed with the executions. Silence! Sergeant, the first prisoner. At this point in my report, may I explain that the 50 women to be executed had been picked at random by squads sent through the town a few hours before. I personally knew none of them, but I personally counted them as they entered the place of imprisonment, and I personally posted the guard. That I know. The first prisoner, bind her hands up to the platform. Noose around her neck. So, tighten the rope. Place her on the trap door. So, the prisoner will lift her head. Lift your head. Look at me. At this point in the report, may I describe the prisoner? Sex, female. Age, indeterminate. Clothes, indeterminate. She lifted her face as ordered. Then a strange thing happened. She smiled. Yes, smiled. You smile? Why do you smile? Very well, the trap door. Hang her.
Herr Captain.
Well?
Her neck is broken.
Do not cut her down yet. People of the town of Renoir, the first of your women hangs here. The first evidence that to harm a soldier of the Holy Reich means death. Certain death. Remove the body. Bring out the next prisoner. At this point in my report, may I explain my plan? To hang was not enough. No. These Frenchmen and their women and their children must learn their lesson in a way they would never forget. One by one, the women would be brought out. One by one, they would stand on the platform. One by one, the rope around the neck, the trap door, the body twisting and turning in death. Coming through that door, climbing then to the scaffold, and dying. 50 of them, and it would take hours. And these Frenchmen and these French women and their children would never forget this lesson. Bring her here over the trap door. Rope around her neck. No, do not bind this one. It is better that they out there see her dance at the end of the rope. The other die too quickly. Ready?
Yes, Captain.
The prisoner will lift her face. Lift your face. Your face. You are related to the one who just died. Answer me. Very well. People of Renoir, you see before you the second of you who is to die for the crime against the Reich. This one, I can see, is related to the first. A sister, perhaps. It will not save her. The crime must be avenged. You laugh? Hang her.
Herr Captain, Her neck is broken.
Broken? So small a woman? Why should... Sergeant, they drop too far. Shorten the rope. Let them struggle before they die. The next prisoner. At this point in my report, may I state that all day it had been threatening rain. In spite of that fact, I had not felt it good psychology to postpone the executions. At this point, the time was 4:30, and the sky was getting quite dark, but I was determined to complete the executions. By the time the next woman stood on the scaffold, it was very dark. People of Renoir, the third criminal to die for the crime against the Reich. The crime must be avenged. You laugh too? Why? You're going to die? Why do you laugh?
You will know.
Hang her. At this point in my report, I will state that this woman did not die easily. I could tell that from the faces of the people and the animal cries that came to their lips as they watched this woman of theirs flinging about at the end of the rope. I was quite pleased. Silence! Silence! Well, people of Renoir, she thought she would not die. You see, she is dead. There is no escape from the vengeance of the Reich. Bring up the next one. Stop that drum. Yes, people of Renoir, there is no escape from the power of the Third Reich. Today over all Europe, tomorrow over all the world. What power is there to stop us? All right, bring the prisoner up here, quickly. At this point in my report, may I say it was darker than before. The clouds. There was a feeling of an electrical storm in the air. Hurry her up there, hurry her up. Sergeant, turn on the floodlights. Let no one move. Shoot down anyone who tries to leave the square. Do not think the storm will make any difference. Here you are, and here all of you will stay until the last one of your criminals is hanged. All right, soldier, do not stand there. The noose, put it around her neck. No. Soldier, are you out of your mind? Why do you stand there? What is it?
Look at her. Look at her.
At this point in my report, I wish to state that I am not sure if I am in my right mind completely now. But at the time I am speaking of, I knew exactly what I was hearing and seeing.
Captain, look at her. I tell you, look at her.
You?
Sergeant. Yes, Captain.
The bodies, are they down there?
Yes, Captain.
How many? Answer me, how many?
3.
3?
3.
So, you, woman, you think you'll make jokes with me. You are of the same family. Yes, that is it. You are of the same... Hang her. At this point in my report, I will state only that I immediately ordered the next prisoner up to the scaffold. The 5th prisoner.
Captain, this one, the same?
You crazy fool, how can that be? Here, the searchlight, here. No. You are not... How can that be? Sergeant, how many now? The truth, tell me the truth.
4, Captain.
The truth, I order you.
4 bodies, I swear it, Captain.
And their faces. Look at their faces. Answer me, their faces.
All the same, Captain. The same.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment now to look around to reassure ourselves that we are where we are in the free America of today, where thousands of people are able to say,
Man, oh man, am I going good. Making more money than I ever did. Sure, taxes are tough, and I'm putting my 10% in war bonds. But even so, I've got plenty left to spend for fun.
To spend for fun? Do you think our fighting men in Africa are having fun? Was it fun for our boys at Guadalcanal fighting off the Japs from foxholes? Being shot down in flames over Berlin, is that fun?
Why, no, but like I said, I'm putting my 10% in war bonds.
This is no 10% war, my friend. Our servicemen are fighting at 100%. And that's exactly why the news from Africa is good, why we won at Guadalcanal, why we're moving toward the offensive on other fronts. Do you want more American victories? Do you want our men to march into Berlin at the earliest possible moment?
Why, yes, of course.
Then back them up as they are fighting for us. 100%. Put that money you've got for fun into more war bonds. War is expensive, and if we hold back here on the home front, we'll needlessly prolong the war, thus throwing away thousands of American lives. Are dollars for fun more precious than the lives of American fighting men, of your fighting man? You know they're not. And remember, friends, the quicker the victory, the fewer lives lost. And if we want victory sooner, every American of us must do more. So go to your nearest bank or post office, wherever war bonds are sold in your town, and put every cent you don't really need into bonds. Do it for your own sake and for the sake of our fighting men. They give their lives. We must lend our money.
At this point in my report, I say only that it began to rain, a terrible rain. And we stood there in the rain. The people all round the scaffold, my soldiers, and on the platform the hangman and I, and the woman. All the same.
You hang for vengeance, don't you, Nazi? One German soldier shot at by a French woman who had the blessed right to kill him. And you think you will have the vengeance with 50?
Laugh. It's always the same.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Captain? You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
At this point in my report, I will tell you of my thoughts. These women, the same, was not possible. I left the scaffold and went below to where the bodies lay. With my flashlight, I looked. Broken necks. The faces quite the same. Shut off the light, I climbed back to the scaffold. I was not disturbed, because now I understood. The families of these French were large, and all these were sisters. 5 sisters. Yes, trying to frighten me. Well, that was ended with their broken necks. I ordered out the next woman for her execution. People of Renoir, there will be no further demonstrations of any sort. You will stand there in the rain until all your women criminals are dead. 5 sisters have died. And I am certain that is the end of that family. And who is this frightened one with her hands in front of her face? All right, keep them there. Corporal, get the new noose around her neck. Hang her quickly. What? Her face. Another one. Oh, you French, such families. Worthy of we Germans. But we have men, and you give birth to useless women. 6 women, and all of them born to be hanged.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Nazi?
What?
You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
Captain, the other one said those words.
Shut your mouth. You, woman, how do you know the words your sister said?
I said them.
How could you?
You think you know about vengeance, you Germans. Well, you don't. Vengeance, too, has to be based on truth. And what is your vengeance? You began a war once and lost it. To whom did you lose it? To these little people? To that little rabbi whose back you broke in a concentration camp? To that little child who suffocated under her mother's body in Poland?
At this point in my report, I state only that I made sure this one hanged until she was dead. And then I waited a little while before I ordered the next one out. The rain was very heavy. All the people stood there in the square below the scaffold, heads bowed to the rain. And in the light of the searchlights, they and the soldiers guarding them were like living dead, standing there unburied.
Captain, this one, she's the same.
What? Maya, bring her up here.
No, you hanged her and she's not dead. Not dead? Who is he? Run for your lives. Run. Run.
Bring her up here. She is not the same. She can't be the same one. Turn the searchlights on.
The same one? Run!
Stand where you are. Men open fire. Shoot them down. Sergeant Corporal, where are you running? Stand, soldiers. Do not run. I order. The lights. Why did you turn out the searchlights? Turn them on. I order you to turn them on. My soldiers. Gone.
Are you frightened, Captain? Put the rope around my neck.
You are not sane. I saw you hang.
Put the noose around my neck.
The bodies. I can see them down there.
Hang me. You want your vengeance. 50 times the rope must stretch. 50 bodies piled like cordwood. And you call that vengeance? Shall I tell you of vengeance, Nazi? The vengeance of the people of the murdered republics. What was their crime? They wanted freedom from poverty. And your battleships stood off their shores, and your airplanes filled their skies and gave them blood to drink. Their own. The vengeance of the people of Poland. What was their crime? They wanted to live, just to live. So the treads of your tanks ground them into the dirt, and then your bombs lifted them out of the dirt. The vengeance of the people of Belgium, whose crime was that they were weary of a battle they did not quite understand because you had given them confusion. And so you stripped them of human dignity and made them slaves to live on bloody knees before the masters of your Reich. The vengeance of Holland. Oh, that will be a horrible vengeance, Nazi. For their crime was the crime of being men, of standing up and saying, this is our land and this is our freedom. Dare take them from us. So you swept over them. And when they could no longer fight, you took your vengeance by the murder of 40,000 of them. And the vengeance of Great Britain. Oh, that will be a terrible vengeance, Nazi. It will be a vengeance that will...
Oh, I will hang you. Rope around your neck. Now talk. At this point in my report, I swear by the grave of my mother I tell the truth. I hanged this woman with my own hands. I made sure that she was dead. And then I reached down and cut the rope. I heard the body fall below in the dark. But when I got up off my knees and stood up on the scaffold again, another woman was there. And it was she.
The vengeance of Norway. Theirs, too, was the crime of free men content to live on their own land. And you put a swastika over their crosses and murdered their sons and starved their children. And the vengeance of the Balkans. So many vengeances, Nazi. Did you ever think of them? You with your little vengeances against the helpless, the women, the children. Did you ever think of this moving mountain of great vengeance that is sweeping toward you? The vengeance of the Russians, whose crime was that they wanted their own freedom, their own way, and who saw the hard work of 20 years ground under your Panzers and your Stukas. Oh, Nazi, theirs will be a terrible vengeance. Theirs will be...
And then there was another one. Another, but the same.
And the vengeance of the Americans. Their crime, that they were strong and they didn't like you and they laughed at you. And then their laughter turned to anger, and you were afraid of their anger, so you lifted another one's hand and gave them the treachery of a knife thrust in the back. And you drowned their men in the seas, and you...
I can report only what I saw. The trapdoor fell. She, too, was gone. The rope twisting and turning. And I was alone on the scaffold. Alone. I was alone. Yes, the rope twisting and turning. And I was alone. And then, who shall I swear this on? What do I believe in to swear this on? I heard footsteps coming up the steps to the scaffold. And I ran to the edge and I looked. The lightning flashes were quick, one after the other. And by them I saw that I had hanged 8. And there were 42 left. And now they were coming up the stairs, these 42, one after the other. One after the other, in a line that reached back across the square. Coming to me. Who are you? What do you want? I report this. They came on the platform, one after the other, one after the other. The scaffold moved under the weight of them. And then the lightning came again. And I saw all of them.
Poland, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Greece, Yugoslavia, Russia, Britain, America. I tell you, Nazi, no matter what the clever ones try to do at the peace tables, the people will not forget their vengeance. They will not forget their dead children and their dead wives and their dead sons and their dead mothers and their dead sisters and their dead lovers and their dead hopes and their dead wasted years. They will not stop at the borders of your Germany this time. They will march into it, into your Germany, the people. And their vengeance will be on every one of you who traded the cross for the swastika, and the great God of humanity for the little man who thought he was God.
Who are you? I report only this one last thing. As I asked the words, "Who are you?" suddenly it was no longer all these women speaking with one mouth, but in the rain and the lightning, I saw them moving together, and all of them began to become one woman, a terrible thing that grew and grew into the air. I lifted my face to see. The lightning crashed about the top of her, and it was still that woman, towering higher and higher into the air. And when she spoke, her voice was the thunder.
Listen to me, Nazi. When their vengeance comes, you shall not hide behind your little man. For his crimes are his crimes, and your crimes are yours. And each must pay for his crimes.
Who are you?
For the good people of this world will not die this time in vain. This time the vengeance will be their vengeance, and the everlasting peace their peace.
Who are you? I report, I asked that, and suddenly I was lifted in the air. There was thunder and lightning around me, too, and up where I was, her voice was a whisper.
I am a French woman who stayed away from my own land too long. So long that some of my countrymen had forgotten that even the memory of me lives only where men fight for me.
Who are you? I closed my report. This Frenchwoman told me her name, and she told me a place. Through the thunder crash I heard her. And then the lightning struck, and I was falling through the air. And when I awoke, it was morning, and she was not there. And the scaffold was burned to the ground, and there were no bodies, and the village square was empty. This is the end of my report.
Can you imagine such a report, mein Führer? A woman who grows into the sky. Of course, the man will be shot. Wait a minute. There seems to be an addition to the report. It says, note, the French woman said she could be found at latitude 41 degrees north and at longitude 74 degrees west. Investigation indicates this is a place in the Western Hemisphere known as Bedloes Island. Further investigation indicates that there is only one French woman on this island. She is called The Statue of Liberty?
I see what you mean, Mr. Oboler. The Nazis can kill people, but they can never kill the spirit of victory.
Yes, we've seen that proved over and over again in this war. We know how men, women, and children in France and Holland and Norway and every other country that's come under the Nazi heel are fighting back in every way possible. But we know equally well that the will to win is not enough. You can't fight the Japs or the Nazis with courage alone. The only way to fight these murderers effectively is in the language of bombs and bullets. Now, we on the home front who sleep in our comfortable beds and eat good meals in spite of shortages, we're being asked only to send our money to back up those who are fighting for our freedom. Well, if a Nazi isn't outside your door waiting to take you off to a concentration camp because you pray to your God on Sunday, or if a Jap isn't waiting with an executioner's sword, stained with the blood of an American aviator, to cut off your head, it's only because all over the world, men and women of courage are fighting your battle. So the next time you take out $1 and think, oh, what can I buy now? Think again. Is there anything I want more than I want a world of peace and justice and security of loved ones back home again? And then do what your heart and mind tell you must do. Put every dollar and dime you don't need for actual necessities into this fight by putting them into war bonds and stamps. This may be our last chance to buy the right to live as free men.
Thank you, Mr. Oboler. Friends, the makers of ironized yeast have been very happy to dedicate tonight's program to our government's second war loan drive. And now, Mr. Oboler, can you tell us a little about next week's story?
Well, before I do that, I'd like to personally thank the ironized yeast folks for giving me the opportunity of presenting this play to you tonight. A word of thanks, too, to Edgar Barrier and Mercedes McCambridge, and to Hans Conried and Lou Merrill. As to next week, well, if you've ever wished on a star, listen in. For the play has the provocative title of The Heavenly Jeep. To you lovers of the off the beat, a cordial invitation to be with us when the Heavenly Jeep takes off.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, The Heavenly Jeep. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Down south, it's white shoe season, and even up north, you're beginning to see white shoes around town. And because of shoe rationing, lots of folks are giving their white shoes the best of care with Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly with a real white, never a dingy off-white. So, to keep white shoes looking better longer, buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following program is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. The Clock. Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. From Hollywood, The Clock stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis, the airwave's most distinguished acting couple, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear. The meaning and value of time appears to vary according to age. For the infant, time is merely an unnecessary interval between feedings.
For the child, it is an impatient interlude which he must tolerate before growing up. The young man looks at time as a series of steps which will lead him to success. The aged remember it with affection and sometimes regret. Time fills an important niche in the lives of every one of us, and it can only be ignored and forgotten by the dead.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
May I help you?
Yes, I want to buy a coffin.
If you'll step this way, we have a large selection.
I want a good one. Comfortable inside. It's for my husband.
I see. But we don't usually sell our caskets without taking over all other arrangements on behalf of the bereaved.
When the time comes, you'll take charge. It's all right with me.
When the time comes, madam.
This looks like a good one. What's the price?
The price is included in the overall amount of the entire funeral.
Satin is nice. You'll like it in here.
The casket is a strong one, completely airtight.
Airtight?
Oh, yes, madam.
That's no good.
Oh, but all our caskets are airtight, madam.
You can drill some holes in this one, can't you?
Really, madam, I'm afraid this is all very irregular.
I'm Mrs. Nicky Kane.
Oh. Well, in that case, surely...
All his life he's been afraid of being buried alive, suffocating in an airtight box. He made me promise that he'd be buried in one that would let him breathe.
Breathe, madam?
That's the way he is. And I want to do it the way I promised.
We'll drill 3 holes in the lid on top if you wish.
You won't forget.
You can rely on it, madam.
One thing more. He doesn't want to be embalmed. You bring him down here to your place as is. Don't touch him.
Are you sure?
You want the business, mister?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Then do as I say. You pick him up and bring him here. I'll bury him myself.
When should we call for the deceased, madam?
Next Tuesday. Midnight.
But that's 5 days from now.
He won't be dead until then.
And where shall we call?
Death house. State prison. My husband's getting a chair. For murder.
Hello, Lou. Did you arrange for the coffin?
Yeah, I did everything you said.
Then leave the rest to me.
You're smart, Slade. I'm dependent on you.
I bribed a trustee to drug the prison doctor.
Yeah?
He'll be unconscious in his quarters from 10 until 2. I'll arrive at the prison at 11, and so he called me to take his place. I've done it for him before, you see.
Yeah. What about the chair?
I'll be the last to examine the electrodes. I'll have a small wire clipper in my hand. The current won't reach him, Lou.
Do you think we can get away with it?
Well, with any kind of a break and a little luck. When are you seeing him?
Tomorrow. For the last time.
I want to make sure he knows just what to do.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I don't know. Yes?
Well, you don't remember me, do you, Mrs. Kane? Well, it's the penalty of our profession. When people meet us, their bereaved state of mind, their thoughts being only on the dear departed.
The mortician.
Who is it, Lou?
It's the gentleman who's arranging, the arrangements for Nicky's burial.
Mr. Bryce. I take it this is Dr. Slade. May I come in?
Yeah, sure.
It's most fortunate that I find you together. What do you want? I've been a mortician. My father before me. What do you want? Pardon me. Pardon me for being garrulous. We have time. So much time in my profession. Lou, did you ask him here?
No.
No, she didn't. I'm here as the result of a rather natural curiosity about a non-natural circumstance. Air holes in a coffin.
I told you why.
But I didn't believe Now, you. wait a minute. No, please. I'm not finished. Dr. Slade, what are your plans for next Tuesday midnight? Why, I think... I believe, sir, that next Tuesday midnight we'll find you in attendance at the execution of this dear lady's husband. What? Called there due to the sudden indisposition of the prison. Lou, how much did you tell him?
He's been listening at the door.
No, believe me, I wouldn't think of eavesdropping. It's all a simple deduction. Now, look, Mr. Bryce. Look, Mr. Bryce, I think we can see our way clear to paying a reasonable fee for your
time and trouble. And don't forget, after this is over, it will be just as much to your disadvantage to talk about this matter as it will be ours.
That's true. Well, that's so very true. And that's why I've come to you now. Our time is so limited, all of us. Don't you agree? A cliché, perhaps, but so true. Here today and gone tomorrow.
Only 10 minutes, Mrs. King.
Yeah. Hello, Nicky.
Oh, baby.
Good to see you.
Hey, you're looking okay.
I got regards from you. From Slade. We've been spending a lot of time together.
He's a good guy to know, baby. He's smart.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last time I'll see you, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Take care of yourself after I'm gone.
I love you, Nicky.
And I love you. Can a guy say goodbye to his wife without some screw listening in?
Take it easy, Kane. I don't like it any more than you do.
Can you still hear?
No. All right, everything's set.
Yeah.
No mistakes now.
No.
Remember, I killed that guy for you. Don't let me down.
Oh, Nicky, don't you trust me?
I'm coming back to you, baby. Dead or alive, I'm coming back. I don't go no place without you.
Oh, I'll be waiting, Nicky. Hi. I guess this is goodbye.
Try not to cry too hard for me, baby. And don't bury me too deep.
Hello?
Hello, Lou.
Yeah?
Okay so far.
What do you mean?
I mean, okay.
You mean you got him out?
Well, sure. What's the matter with you? You don't sound very happy about it.
Oh, yeah, it seems so impossible. I just didn't believe you could really bring it off.
Well, I did. I pronounced him dead and saw them put him inside the coffin. We're taking him down to the undertaker's now.
We? Who?
The mortician, that fellow Bryce. He was here watching the whole thing. Did you tell him to, Lou?
No. I suppose he just wants to keep his eye on you until he gets paid.
Yeah, maybe.
Did it look good?
Oh, yes. I made sure he'd play it to the hilt. I slipped him a pill just before they gave the signal.
Yeah?
Why, Nicky slumped in that chair like he'd been hit by 10,000 volts. But he just passed out for a while. I felt his pulse.
Yeah. Well, what now?
Well, we're going down to the funeral parlor just to make it look good. Then he can duck out. He'll be there, Lou, inside an hour.
Nicky, darling. Nicky?
What are you crying about?
I'm crying, Nicky, what I've been through during the past few hours. Oh, but you're alive, Nicky. They didn't touch you. They didn't even touch you. Oh, come on and sit down. Rest up for a few minutes. You're safe now. You're safe, Nicky. With me.
Did you make any plans?
Oh, no. I just wasn't sure what to do. Can we risk taking the train? Would it be better to go by car?
Go where?
Oh, anywhere away from here. We'll start all over again where nobody can recognize you. There are thousands of places, and I got my things all packed.
Wait a minute. No hurry.
Nicky, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Your face looks funny.
Yeah?
Why do you look at me like you don't even see me?
I see you, baby. Nice and clear.
Yeah? I know we can get a car, Nicky. Slade picked one up for us yesterday. He put it in the parking lot. I got the ticket and the key.
Hand them over.
Don't you think it's better if you stay here and I went to get...
Stop worrying. Hand them over.
Yeah, all right, Nicky. Okay, whatever you say. The lot's on the southwest corner.
The address is on the ticket, ain't it?
Yeah?
No, I'll find it.
Nicky?
What?
You know, you haven't even kissed me yet.
Haven't I?
Don't you even want it?
Sure. The phone.
Oh, I'm not going to answer it.
Go ahead, answer it. There you go.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Lou.
Slade. Oh, Slade, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live. You were just wonderful.
Lou, I got bad news for you, Lou.
Bad news?
Yeah, something went wrong.
You mean they found out? They're after him?
Worse, Lou.
Oh, we still got time to get away. We'll be out of town instead of having...
Lou, listen to me. It's finished.
What's finished?
The mortician, Mr. Bryce, just called me. He's homesick.
What are you talking about?
He and I took the coffin to his place, and then I left him, Lou. I was beat.
Yeah?
Well, it turns out he caved in himself a couple of minutes after I left. Just passed out, virus X or something.
Yeah?
Yes, they took him home right away. He couldn't even talk. So, Lou, his partner took over.
Well, what are you trying to tell me, Slade?
The partner didn't know, Lou. He wasn't in on it. He took one look at Nicky, doped up from the pill I gave him.
Well, what is it? What is it?
They embalmed him. Yes. Nicky's dead, Lou.
Nicky?
What's the matter? Bad news, baby?
Nicky?
Why don't you hang up the phone if it's bad news, baby?
Really?
Sorry it was bad news, baby, on the phone.
I dreamed it. I dreamed it, didn't I, Nicky? I dreamed it.
Come over here, Lou.
No. No, don't touch me.
Don't you love me no more?
But Slade...
Never mind about Slade.
Nicky, go back.
Go back where?
Wherever you came from. Leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
I don't go nowhere without you, baby. I told you that before.
Please go away, Nicky, please.
This is no way to treat your husband, Lou, not after all I went through. Remember the guy you were married to before you married me?
Yeah, I remember.
I killed him, baby. I killed him for you. And I took the rap without squawking.
Stretch out your hand, Nicky.
My hand, baby?
Yeah, I want to touch it.
Go ahead.
Did you really get away? I can feel your skin.
I'm here, ain't I? What more do you want?
And then you're alive. You're not a ghost, Nicky. You're alive.
Here.
Oh, Nicky, what a fool I've been. I couldn't believe it, don't you see, seeing you before and then talking to Slater.
Forget about Slade.
I should have known you'd be smarter in all of
Sure,
it, Nicky.
I'm smarter.
I should have known
Get
that.
your coat, Lou.
My coat?
It's getting cold outside. You might need it.
Where are we going, Nicky?
Remember how we used to go riding together? Well, we'll go for a nice long ride, baby. And we'll see the dawn come up together.
Life is a tour which all must make. But for some, the distance is covered in a shorter time. Although the highway is well marked, the traffic only moves in one direction. And one-way tickets are the rule. But who can say that there has never been a traveler who has toured round trip?
Oh, who is it?
Slade?
Yes?
It's Lou.
Gee, Lou, you shouldn't have come over here. Oh, I'm beat. This thing has knocked me for a loop.
Don't close the door.
Huh? Why not?
I just want it open, that's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm full of pills. I'm sorry about what happened, kid.
Yeah. Tell me what happened in the death house, Slade.
Oh, why don't you try to forget about it?
I want to know, Doctor.
Well, just before they strapped him in the chair, Lou, I moved over to talk to him as if I wanted to make it easier. He wouldn't let the chaplain come into the room, so I could get away with it. As I covered him with my back, he took a pill.
Go on.
Then they slipped the electrodes on him, and I made a final examination. That's when I cut the wires. A couple of minutes later, I pronounced him dead, and that mortician, Mr. Bryce, put him into the casket.
Why didn't you stay at Mr. Bryce's until Nicky came to?
I told you, Lou, I was beat. When he called me and told me that Nicky had been embalmed, I got so mad I could have killed someone.
What did you tell Bryce to do?
Well, I told him to bury him.
He's buried. Where is he buried?
Northridge Cemetery.
How could they bury him so fast?
The guy made a mistake, Lou. He has to cover just as much as we do.
So he hasn't buried him yet.
Before morning, he said. He'll have to have him buried before morning. But what's the matter, Lou? You look like you don't believe me.
I thought we could trust you.
I did my best.
I wonder.
The risk was big. Nicky knew that. Anyway, what difference does it make? It's all over now. But I'll make up for it, as I said.
How, Slade?
Well, you know I've always been nuts about you, Lou.
No, I didn't know.
Ever since you married Nicky, I've been eating my heart out. You weren't for him. He was an uneducated gorilla. How could he know what kind of a woman he had?
Nicky never knew you felt like that, and neither did I.
You know it now, baby. And I would have done anything to get you.
Including double-crossing Nicky?
What? Now, wait, I didn't double-cross him.
No, you bet you didn't.
What? Well, what do you mean?
Nicky's alive.
Alive? Ah, you're crazy.
They didn't embalm him. He got out of that funeral parlor, and he's alive.
But that's impossible.
Sure, it's impossible.
What? Nicky!
You don't look so glad to see me.
You couldn't have gotten away.
No?
Lou, you've got to believe me.
I heard enough.
Don't come near me. Don't come near me, Nicky.
What's the matter? You scared, Slade? You want a gun? Here, take mine.
What do you want from me? Why did you come back?
He came back to thank you for that cross.
All right. I'll admit I crossed him, but it wasn't at the Undertaker's.
Don't be scared, Slade. You got a gun.
I didn't cut the electrodes. I lied to you, Lou. They shot 10,000 bolts through his body. You've got to believe me. They killed him in that death house. I saw them do it.
Yeah, you were there, all right.
He's dead. He's dead, I tell you. He's dead!
Nicky!
You're all out of bullets, Slade.
He's dead.
You never did have a very good ticker.
But you aren't even scratched.
He always was a lousy shot.
He stood 5 feet from you and fired point blank. And you aren't even scratched.
Come on, Lou. We gotta be on our way.
Nicky, where are you taking me?
What difference does it make?
Because I'm afraid of you.
Why?
I don't know why.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Lou.
Nicky, please. Please, if you ever had any love for me at all, let me out. Please let me out and go away. Just go away somewhere so I'll never see you again, please. Just leave me in peace.
I ought to. But I don't go no place without you, Lou. I told you that before. What time you got, Lou?
It's nearly 6.
Dawn will come up pretty soon now.
Where are we going? Please, you still haven't told me where are we going.
We'll be there in a little while. How are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Remember this road, Lou?
No.
You ought to remember. We drove out this way the night we got married.
That was 1,000 years ago.
That's how I feel, too. We stopped at a roadside bar a little ways up, remember? It was that all-night joint with the jukebox in the corner. And we danced.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
That's when I told you first that I'd never leave you. That's when I said you couldn't get away from me. For the rest of your life.
And you were right, Nicky. You were...
Lou, how about a drink and another dance for old time's sake? We're coming to it. There's the bar at the end of the road. Let's stop there just once more.
All right, Nicky. Whatever you say.
We'll have a last nightcap together. Joint's empty.
But the lights are on. The barkeep must be here.
He's inside, maybe taking a snooze. We don't need him.
Let's find him, huh, Nicky?
I said we don't need him. There's a bottle on the bar and a couple of glasses. He won't mind if we help ourselves. Here. Drink up, Lou.
There's no hurry, is there?
We can't waste time. I only got till sunup.
Well, how about that dance?
You got a nickel?
Yes, sure, I think so.
Stick it in the jukebox. Get something sweet. Come on, Lou. Let's dance.
Yeah, all right, Nicky.
Just like our wedding night.
Yeah.
Remember how lucky I felt when I got you?
You're still lucky.
Oh, no, baby. My luck's run out.
What do you mean, Nicky?
I'm tired, baby. I'm awful tired. Only got till sunup.
Why do you keep saying sunup? What's going to happen at sunup?
I thought I was dead. I didn't mind it at all. Then I heard maybe I was going to stay alive, and that was better. And then Bryce told me... Reminds me, I owe a guy some money.
What?
Sit down here, baby. Stay right here, baby.
Nicky, where are you going?
Don't be afraid anymore, baby. It's going to be all right now.
Hello?
Mr. Bryce,
At your service.
this is Nicky Kane.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kane. I'm glad to hear from
I
you.
just remembered I owe you some money.
Shall we meet someplace?
Yeah. Northridge Cemetery. You're supposed to be burying me at 6 a.m., aren't you?
Why, yes, yes.
I'll see you there.
Everything goes satisfactorily?
I guess so. You cut the electrodes so I'm alive. You told him I'd been embalmed, so Slade's dead. I guess so.
I've never done anything like this before, Mr. Kane. Of course, I could use the money, but mostly my sympathy swayed me.
That's so.
Yes, you, of course, inevitably must pay your debt to society, but I could not resist a poetic desire to see that you and your wife spent your last hours together. I suppose I'm being romantic.
Yeah, thanks.
What did you call, Nicky?
The music stopped. Well, come on, baby. We got to keep on the go. Time we got started again. We're almost there, Lou. We stop on top of this hill.
This looks like...
Yeah. Ain't a bad place as these places go.
It's a cemetery. Why are you taking me to the cemetery?
Get out, Lou.
Nick?
Open the door. Get out. Right over there in the second row. Ground's frozen. It's all right, baby. It's all right.
Why did you bring me here?
I told you so many times before, but I'll say it again. You don't go no place without me, baby. We stick together. Always. Somebody sent flowers. That was nice. Did you send the flowers, Lou?
Oh, no.
Must have been Mr. Bryce. That reminds me, I got to leave this envelope for him to take care of the arrangements. They dug it nice and deep, too.
What?
They dug it nice and deep. Deep enough for both of us. That's good.
No. Let go of my arm, Nicky.
It's getting to be time. But don't be afraid, Lou. Here. Here's the gun.
No. No, Nicky. Please.
Take
please.
it, baby.
No.
You can't hurt me. Go ahead. You can't hurt me.
Please. Nicky, please.
Go on, baby.
Please.
There's 4 shots in it. This time they're not blanks. You got to get me with one of them. Aren't you coming with me, baby?
I can't, Nicky.
You want me to help you? Baby.
First our pleasures die, and then our hopes, and then our fears. And when these are dead, the debt is due. Dust claims dust, and we die too.
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear and stars Kathy and Elliott Lewis. This evening's play was written by Lawrence Clee, with music composed by Bernie Green and conducted by Basil Adlam. Next week, same time, listen to The Clock. Now, here's a special program note. For an authentic crime case involving a crooked jockey, plus helpful protection hints, be sure to hear the official This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI tomorrow night.
The preceding program was transcribed earlier for rebroadcast at this more convenient time. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Girl Next Door.
It was, in a small but very special way, a moment of triumph for Alma Germain. On the surface, of course, the matter was pretty small and unimportant. Nothing to compare with 10 years ago, when she was a national celebrity, when her every move was recorded faithfully the next morning in syndicated columns, to be read and appreciated by 30 million movie fans. But the satisfaction, the rising warm feeling inside was there. And Alma smiled across the black ebony desk at the puzzled face of Oscar Dahl, the producer, leaned back in the Chinese red leather sofa and flicked an ash into an onyx tray at her elbow.
Alma, honey, maybe I'm subnormal this morning, but I swear I heard you say...
I simply don't want the part, Oscar. Is there anything so puzzling about that?
You don't want the part.
I don't want the part. Period.
Mind if I ask why?
Should be very simple, Oscar. 6 months ago, you gave me a dozen good reasons why I should never act again.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I retired at the top 7 years ago while I was the girl next door.
No to love from Maine to California. Yes, I know. But I told you this part has nothing to do with the girl next door. This is a mature role. You're not an ingenue any longer, my dear. You're somebody's mother. And don't tell me you sat in a dark corner for 6 months and came to a reasonable conclusion, because I know better. Nobody, get it, nobody in this crazy town had more genuine reverence for a fast dollar than Alma Germain. There's only one reason you turned down $2,500 a week.
Oh?
Somebody's made a better offer, and I think I know who.
Who?
Neil Roberts.
You're guessing, dear.
You deny it?
Well, not exactly. What makes you think it's Neil?
Observation, my dear Watson. I see you out with the guy. He's as dull as they come, but he's got money and runs a newspaper. When I add that to the fact that your stone broke, I smell orange blossoms and hear the wedding march from the distance.
What makes you think I'm broke?
I got that from the detective.
Detective?
Surprised, honey?
What do you mean, detective?
A private eye Neil's sister hired a month ago. He was around asking questions about your background.
She's got her nerve.
Oh, she's got more than that, Angel. Whether you know it or not, she owns that newspaper her brother operates, watches him like a hawk, gives him the go-ahead before he ever makes a move.
She has nothing to say about whom he married.
Oh, you just don't know Louise Roberts. You ask me, honey, I don't think she'd like you for a sister-in-law. Now, if you act sensibly and take this job I'm offering you for a solid $2,500 a week for the run of the picture, well, after all, there are other actresses in town.
Then by all means, find yourself one, Oscar. I told you I'm through with pictures.
Are you through those cars and that 15-room house and the swimming pool?
Of course not.
Okay, Alma. Too bad, though. This part was made for you. And I hate to say it, honey, but I think you'll find the role of Mrs. Neil Roberts a little bit tougher to play. Alma, do you mean it?
Of course I do, Neil. Now let's dance, shall we?
Wait a minute. Why, I can't believe it.
Then I'll say it again. I love you very much, darling. And I intend to marry you.
Oh, but the last time I proposed, you said I didn't have a prayer.
I changed my mind, darling. You wore me down.
Oh, is that it? You know, I feel like standing on top of this table and shouting.
Oh, please don't.
Tell them the girl next door is going to be Mrs. Neil Roberts. Strange, isn't it? To me, at least, you are the girl next door. You know, I think I fell in love with you the first time I stood at my window and saw you over in your garden.
You took your time telling me.
Well, I don't know. I had no idea you'd take me seriously. You were so famous and pretty and...
Well, I made a career of it, darling.
Oh, but you were more than that, Alma. I'm aware of it, you know. The real Alma Germain. The charities, the things you've done for other people.
You're sweet, Neil. Now, let's dance, shall we?
Dance? Oh, but I've got to tell people. I want Louise to know.
Does she have to know, Neil, tonight?
Well, why not? She'll want to talk to you tomorrow, of course.
Yes, of course. Neil, why don't you call Louise? Tell her I'd be delighted to have her over tomorrow afternoon around 3.
Fine.
I know we'll have a lot to talk about. nice to see you, Louise. Do sit down. I'll ring for tea. Or would you prefer something else?
Nothing, thank you. And I'd rather stand, Elma. Neil tells me you're engaged.
Yes, last night.
Rather sudden, isn't it?
Oh, you think so? He's been proposing for over a year.
And you turned him down until you found yourself up against it, financially. Right?
I suppose your detective told you that.
In a few years, I'm turning full control of the paper over to Neil. That's quite a responsibility. And he'll need a wife who can help him shoulder it. Frankly, Alma, you're not exactly what I had in mind.
Oh? What did you have in mind?
Certainly not a woman 6 years older than he is, who's marrying him for his money.
You've never liked me, have you, Louise?
My personal dislikes don't enter into it. I love my brother, Alma.
Oh, he loves me.
He's in love with a shadow. With that wholesome, charitable little character you used to play on the screen. The girl next door.
And you resent that?
I resent hypocrisy. Charities, indeed. Money donated in your name by your gentleman friend.
Listen to me, Louise. You might just as well understand this right now. I will not give Neil up under any circumstances.
I may have something to say about that. I'll find a way to prevent this incredible marriage if it's the last thing I do.
With the prologue of The Girl Next Door, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, a total of 5 scientific new compounds have been added to Signal Premium motor oil, which by actual tests keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
Are drawn, aren't they, Alma? Louise Roberts knows you're marrying Neil for his money, and she's going to move heaven and earth to prevent it. You feel sure that all the detectives her wealth can hire won't be able to discredit you, won't discover a thing about your carefully concealed past, your life before you became a movie star. You decide to let things lie quietly for a few days, and then a week later, you drop over to the Roberts home next door, smile pleasantly at Mrs. Ridley, the housekeeper, as she admits you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Ridley.
Oh, Mr. Maine, come in, won't you? Mr. Neil's working up in his study.
Oh, I hear Miss Roberts has gone away.
Yes, till Monday.
Maybe that'll give me a little time with Neil. I've hardly seen him the last few days.
Oh, I know, and I think it's just awful. She's gone out of her way to keep him busy. If you ask me, she's jealous.
Oh, why?
Oh, she's too fond of him to say anything, but the way she looks when he mentions you, like she wanted to... Well, if it was me, I'd marry him right now while she's gone.
Oh, I think I can cope with it.
Well, just the same, I wish for your sake she'd stay in Indiana.
Indiana?
Yes.
Is that where she went?
Well, I thought you knew.
Mrs. Ridley, you're sure that...
Well, I saw the plane ticket.
But why? Why would she go there?
What business, I suppose? Oh, are you all right, Mr. Lee?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Hello.
that you?
Oh, yes, darling.
Well, you know how it is, dear. That tyrant sister of mine keeps my nose to the grind.
Doesn't she, though?
But she's an angel. I'm lost without her. Yeah, how about some tea or something, Mrs. Ridley?
Yes, sir. Miss Germain should use a cup.
Mm-hmm. Now then, darling.
Neil, I want to be married right away.
What? But we plan next month.
Please, let's get married now.
No?
Tomorrow.
Oh, but Louise won't be back till the day after.
It only takes two of us, dear.
Oh, Elma, I couldn't do that to my sister.
Why, dear? She's taking our marriage so hard. Why prolong it? It could be all over by the time she gets back.
You think it's better?
Wait. Kinder.
Kinder. Well, that's so like you, Elma.
We can have dinner with Ruth and Jerry, perhaps. Then it won't seem pretty. Tomorrow night we can try to humor.
Well, all right, if you say so.
Neil, darling.
Elma.
You're such an angel, Neil. You'll never know what you've done for me.
No, Alma. Neil doesn't know what he's done for you. Doesn't realize that there might be some hidden meaning in Louise's sudden trip to Indiana. But you know the meaning of that trip, don't you, Alma? You know exactly what Louise might discover, and exactly how your own position will be threatened if the scandal concerning you and the late James Choke comes to light. And that's why you've made up your mind, Alma, about your marriage to Neil. Louise loves her brother. She'd never spoil his happiness by exposing you. You're counting on that as you rush the plans for the wedding and phone your friend, Ruth Forbes, and begin plans for an informal barbecue out by your swimming pool. And then the following afternoon...
Miss Germain? Yes? Would you like to sit on the table now? No, all right. I've finished my swim. Is it 5 o'clock? Just about this. Oh, I had no idea. Toss me that towel, will you, Dora? Here you are, miss. Oh, thanks. Probably shouldn't have gone for a swim. Oh, so heavenly. Let's see. Oh, yes. The table looks lovely, Dora.
Oh, thank you, miss. I brought down the firelighter. Shall I start the charcoal?
No, never mind. I'll do that.
Is there anything else at all, miss? You know, I'm going to the movies tonight with Mrs. Ridley.
Oh, that's right. No, Dora, I think that's everything. If the Forbes come before you leave, send them down here.
All right, miss. I'll come.
Dora, where's that lighter you brought? Oh, never mind, Dora. I see it. Oh, I say, Dora.
She's gone, Alma.
What? Louisa, I didn't know that you...
No one does. I just arrived.
We didn't expect you until...
Late tomorrow. Yes, I know. But it didn't take me long to find what I was looking for in Indiana.
I don't follow you.
No, I followed you. Right from the time you made a mistake in a magazine interview. You mentioned a town in Indiana.
So, of course, you flew right down there, the busy little bee.
I was busy, all right, reading old newspaper files. That's how I learned about James Choke.
So what if you did? So he was found dead in a burning shack. That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, did I miss something? That isn't what I read at all.
But what?
No, I read about Choke being found in a hospital in a very critical condition. They were trying to contact his wife, a pretty 17-year-old named Alma.
Milana. He died in that fire. I saw him.
I assume from your agitation that you set the fire.
What are you saying? Jim's dead. You can't prove anything, Louise. You're trying to keep me from Neil, but you can't do it. He'll believe me.
You say Jim's dead. Yes, I suppose he is, in a way.
What do you mean?
He's in a state institution.
He didn't die.
No, Alma. Your husband didn't die.
Louise, you haven't told me what about this. You haven't...
I've told no one.
I'll make some excuse to Neil, I mean. I'll give him up to you if you'll just keep it to yourself.
He'll never quite be all mine again. I can't forgive you for that, Alma.
You don't want a scandal. You know you don't.
What difference does it make now after you've done to me? I'm going to show you up, Alma, tomorrow on page 1.
No, you can't do that. I won't let you.
No one lets me, Alma. I do as I please.
No. Do you hear? This is one time you won't.
Alma, stop it. What do you... Alma!
stand there, Alma, watching at the edge of the pool, the club-ended firelighter clutched in your hand, as Louise, stunned with a blow, struggled feebly in the deep water.
Alma, help me. You're letting me drown.
I hope you do. I want you to drown, Louise. I want you to.
And you don't lift a hand, do you, Alma? As Louise continues her frantic, bewildered efforts for a moment, and then sinks below the surface and floats there, a quiet, dark shadow in the pretty blue oval of your pool. And then slowly your blind, unreasoning hatred passes, and something far off wakens you to the danger of your position. The others, Alma, your guests, they've arrived. They'll be coming down here. You're panicky now, and your only thought is to conceal what you've done, to get Louise's body out of sight. You look around wildly. Behind you is the open door of the bathing cabana. With a last shattering effort, you drag the wet, sprawling shape from the pool over to the cabana and thrust it inside. You're slamming the door shut as the others come down the walk.
Oh, Ruth, Jerry.
Hi, Alma.
Aren't you people early?
Maybe a little. Neil came and got us. He's bringing the drinks down.
Well, darling, what's wrong? You look exhausted. Well, I didn't realize the time. I was swimming, and when I heard you coming.
Hey, I wouldn't mind a swim myself. How about you, Ruth?
Oh, love it. Have we time, darling? Why, I suppose so. Only it's silly of me, but I locked the key inside the cabana. All the suits are in there. Oh, I have a key. You want to remember? You gave me one so we could use the pool when you're away. I think it's here in my purse. Look, really, there isn't time. Charcoal's ready. Well, you know how it is with steak.
Yes, well, here we are, everybody.
Oh, well, maybe you could persuade Alma to allow us to swim, Neil.
No, she being selfish. I think she must have a man locked in the cabana.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, darling. Just a joke. Of course we won't swim if you'd rather not.
Here, have a drink instead.
Oh, thanks, Neil.
And Alma, don't worry about that man in there. Your secret's safe with us.
Well, Alma, for the first time in your life, you have to do some real acting. To be the easy, gracious hostess, and to avoid that questioning look in Neil's eyes. You can't announce the wedding plans now, can you? Secretly, you curse that first wave of panic that blinded you to the easy way out. To the simple fact that it could have looked like an unfortunate accident. But now you can't use that explanation, can you? They'll know the time of death, Alma. The police can determine that. So your removal of the body will point to one thing only, the guilty knowledge of murder. Your desperate purpose now is to get your guests away from here. Make some excuse to send them home so you can think. Finally, you manage it. And as they're leaving, it's Ruth who unknowingly suggests a way out for you.
We're out of this world. Well, so long, Alma.
Good night, Jerry. Oh, it's been delightful, darling.
Even if we are kicked out at 8:30. But I thought you were going to tell them our big news.
I'm sorry, Neil. I've an awful headache.
Oh, you've certainly been edgy. And what about the big news?
News?
Yes, what's Neil talking about?
What is some other time?
Oh, you've been completely frustrating this evening, darling. Next time I want to swim, I'll use Neil's pool.
Neil's pool? Yes. Neil's pool. That's a good idea.
Oh, she's just being cool, honey. Hey, Neil, you driving us?
I'll be right with you.
Oh, bye, darling.
Bye.
See you.
Good. What is it? Why didn't you tell them about us?
Neil, I was wrong. We can't get married without telling Louise.
But you said...
Yes, I know. But we really should wait. I've thought about it, dear. Now run along. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, you think it's best?
I know it is. I want to do the right thing.
Of course you do, Elma. That's why I love you.
Yes, Alma. Ruth gave you an idea when she mentioned Neil's swimming pool. Neil and Louise's pool right next door. The diving accident story you overlooked before will work now if Louise's body is found there. Just another swimmer dead in the water with a bruise on her head. It's a terrible ordeal, isn't it, Alma? But somehow in the darkness you manage it. Get Louise over to her yard, change her into one of her own swimming suits, and ease her into the water. A short time later, you answer the insistent ringing of your front doorbell.
Why, Mrs. Ridley. Oh, Mr. Lynn, please come quickly. Something terrible's happened. The police are at our place. The police? Yes, it's Miss Roberts. She's dead.
Lieutenant, I don't understand you. If you say it wasn't an accident...
I didn't say for certain that it wasn't an accident, Miss Germain. Still, I'm hardly satisfied. Miss Roberts was, she a careless sort of woman and dress and so forth?
Certainly not. She was well-groomed and quite correct in everything.
Yes, it's very correct, lady. Went swimming in a sunsuit.
Sunsuit?
That's right. Seems like a little thing, maybe, only it's a masculine kind of mistake.
You're not suggesting that me...
I know. They were a devoted brother and sister. No apparent motive at all. Still, Roberts wasn't very definite about where he was around 5 yesterday.
He was calling for Mr. and Mrs. Ford. He brought them over to a party at my home.
Yeah, but he could have killed his sister before he went after them.
He couldn't have. I know he couldn't.
You love him very much, don't you, Miss Germain?
Well, it isn't just that. I know because I saw Louise alive.
Saw her?
Yes. She was in her pool swimming. Just before Neil and the others came. Well, she waved over to me.
Oh, and you didn't tell her brother she was home?
Why, it didn't occur to me. I thought he knew.
Well, in that case, Miss Germain, I won't detain you any longer.
It must have been an accident, Lieutenant.
Does look like it. Anyway, I'll check with the gardener.
Gardener?
Yes, Robert says he was working around the grounds all afternoon. If the gardener's story checks with yours, well, that'll be it. Good night, Miss Germain.
It was a bad mistake, wasn't it, Alma? In your murderous haste, you dressed Louise in a sunsuit instead of the bathing suit she'd naturally wear. But it will all be all right, Alma. Everything. If only he doesn't know for certain that Louise wasn't swimming in her pool. It seems forever, doesn't it, before the lieutenant is back again.
Well, Miss Germain, I couldn't reach the gardener, but I talked to the housekeeper over there, Mrs. Ridley. She says the gardener can't be of much help to her.
Oh?
Seems that he was driving Mrs. Ridley and your maid Dora to the movies at 5 o'clock. He couldn't have seen Miss Roberts in the pool when you did.
I see. Then does that mean...
But I'll have to take your word for it. Yes, it does. As far as I can make out, it was an accident, like you said. Sorry to bother you at this late hour, Miss Germain, but thought you'd want to know.
Of course, it's no bother. I'm so relieved. For Neil's sake.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word to you folks who have not yet taken your vacation about an item that will have a lot to do with your driving pleasure. Gasoline. No matter where you travel throughout the Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, you'll find Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Almost 2,000 friendly dealer-owned Signal stations stand ready to serve you and to honor your Signal credit card. And remember, when you power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, you not only enjoy Signal's good mileage, but also the thing which makes that mileage possible, extra engine efficiency, which naturally means more thrilling performance for your car. So, on your vacation trip and always, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, just remember these 2 points. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And now, Alma, your expensive little world is safe again. Neil's in the clear now, free to marry you without any interference from his sister. Yes, Louise Roberts is safely dead, and your whole murderous past with her. It was a desperate few hours, but the absence of motive. And your one efficient lie convinced the lieutenant that it was a tragic accident, nothing more. That's why you're surprised the next afternoon to find the lieutenant back at the door again, walking in, sitting down in the luxurious house you thought was yours, past all jeopardy.
Frankly, Lieutenant, I thought we were rid of you.
I know. I'm funny. The boys at the department rib me about it. Even when I'm sure, I always have to check.
And what are you checking now?
The gardener. I finally caught up with him today.
I thought Mrs. Ridley said...
That part's okay. He wasn't near the pool around 5 yesterday, and he didn't notice the body at 10 when he came back.
Well, then what's so important?
Very important, because after talking to him, I changed my mind about Miss Roberts' death. It wasn't an accident at all. It was murder.
What are you saying?
Why'd you lie to me yesterday, Miss Germain?
What?
Why'd you tell me you saw Louise Robertson swimming?
I did see her.
Stop it. You're all finished, Miss Germain. You killed her and put her in that pool yourself. Thought it would pass as an accident. Then you saw her brother and his money slipping away when he put the finger in him, so you tried to cover by saying you'd seen her in swimming.
This is outrageous. I don't know what you're talking
Why'd you
about.
lie to me? No one but an idiot would have dived into that pool yesterday afternoon.
But why?
Because the gardener changed the water in the Roberts pool yesterday, Miss Germain. And at the time you claim you saw Louise Robertson swimming, there wasn't a drop of water in the pool.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Tom Collins. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by William Engvik, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And now, The Whistler's strange story. Curtain Call.
Somehow, standing there at the bar, glass in hand, Martin Elliott found himself thinking that even his wife Julia had her good points. He looked across the room of the restaurant at her, sitting there alone, and in a strange wave of generosity almost forgave her for the wedding he had to go through, the honeymoon he had to smile through, the 2 years of marriage he had to live through afterwards. Yes, it had paid off now. He was no longer Martin Elliott, a hopeful juvenile, standing hat in hand in front of the desks of assorted Broadway producers. No, not now. All afternoon, the casual remark he dropped during lunch at Brunelli's had been hustling around the Broadway hangouts like a genie, sitting at 100 tables, leaning on 1,000 bars between noon and 6. Until now, as he stood in the pleasant gloom of Raymond, he was at long last important.
Ah, Martin, my boy.
Hello, Cecil.
Let me be the first.
You're the 28th in the last half hour.
Congratulations, anyway. It's all over the stem, you know. Yes, sir. Hamilton Tevis, the great Tevis himself, is writing a starring vehicle for Broadway's most promising juvenile.
Lay off, Cecil.
And you know what? You're here at Raymond for only one reason, my boy. You're looking for just the right character man. And it just so happens that I'm at liberty after...
Martin, for heaven's sake, stop being such a rotten snob and say hello to your secret sorrow.
Jessie, darling.
Now, look here, Martin. Hamilton Tevis always writes an old witch into his comedies, and I mean to get the part over someone's dead body.
Yes. Give us a little time, Jessie, old girl. Hamilton's only been working on it a few weeks.
Hurry him up, my boy. He's your wife's brother, isn't he? Walk right into the Sanctum Sanctorum and tell him he'd better get a move on. After all, Jessie and I have...
Skip it. If it works out, we'll get in touch with you.
How do you like that?
The brush.
I'll say.
Nothing new to you, is it, Cecil? Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get back to it.
Well.
I'm sorry I left you alone so long, darling.
I wasn't alone long, dear. Gordon Tucker's here.
Oh? Where is he?
Getting rid of his hat and coat. He has wonderful news, Martin. He reached Hamilton by phone an hour ago, and the contract's all set.
Signed?
Oh, better yet, it's in the mail.
Oh, Julia, darling, did I ever tell you what a wonderful brother you have?
Sometimes I think that's why you married me.
What else did Gordon say?
Oh, there might be a picture contract after the play. He's working on it.
Maybe the guy's a real agent after all, huh?
Just think, darling. Now you won't have to take that awful stock party offered you in Boston.
Yeah. Get a match, Julia.
Huh? Here you are.
Oh.
We can go away together now, Martin. All by ourselves. I wired for reservations this morning at that little hotel at Lake Louise.
Now, wait a minute, honey. Wait a minute. You're not serious.
Why not?
Well, I can't run off just now.
But, Martin, you promised.
I can't help it,
You
darling.
said you'd take 2 weeks together and soon
But the play, Angel, the play. There'll be a lot of advance publicity.
That's Gordon's job, Martin.
But I've got to be around now, beautiful. That's all there is to it. This is a big chance.
Sure, Martin. And now that I've got it for you, isn't there some other way I can help? Or is there?
Now, wait a minute, Julia. Listen to me. Julia! Oh, Lord.
Will I do, Mr. Barrymore?
Oh. Hello, Gordon. Sit down.
Thanks. Caught the last few lines of that scene.
Julia's upset. And...
I wish times weren't so tough. There was a day once when I only worked for honest people.
Yeah? You, got a match, Gordon?
Yeah, sure. And some free advice. Don't kick Julia around too much, Mark. She talked Ham Tevis into writing that play around you. She could talk him out of it just as easy.
She'd never do that.
I'm not so sure. Tell me something, Martin. If Tevis had laughed at you when you made that pitch about the play, how much longer would you have stuck with Julia?
Oh, about 5 minutes.
Maybe I was a little hasty. You are an honest heel.
Okay, Gordon, okay. Now, suppose we get down to business, huh? You didn't come here to discuss my moral shortcomings. What about the contract?
I made it pretty tough.
I want it that way. Does it guarantee that Tevis will write the play?
Right. I'll have it in my office tomorrow morning.
You know, sometimes I think you almost earn your 10%.
Sometimes I wonder if you earn your 90. By the way, what do you want me to do about that Boston job?
That's a silly question. Tell him I'm not interested in second lead.
Ah, Martin, you're a whole new girl. Well, that's life. Yesterday a bum, today Julia Tevis was...
Julia!
Over to the phone booth. Come on.
Come on. Excuse me, please. Let me go with it. Come on, down.
Oh, Martin.
Julia, darling, what is it? What is it? What's the matter? Lisa, what happened?
Well, she was on the phone, Mark. Then she just screamed and collapsed. Bartender, give us a brandy.
I can't believe it. I can't.
What is it, Julia?
I was calling Hamilton at his cabin.
Hamilton? Why?
I was so angry and upset. I didn't know what I was doing. Oh, forgive me, Martin.
Julia, will you tell me what is wrong?
I was going to ask Hamilton to reconsider. About you.
Oh? You, didn't reconsider?
Oh, so much. I talked to a doctor.
Doctor?
He said, my brother's dead, Mark. Oh, he's dead.
Hamilton Tevis is dead, and the play he was going to write for you, the one thing that distinguished you from 1,000 other aspiring juveniles, the thing that made success a matter of months instead of years, that's dead too. A heart attack, the doctor said. And that's the thing you're mourning at Hamilton Tevis's funeral. Not the man, Martin. You're in mourning for your career.
To a man whom all America loves. A man who has given of his heart.
Oh, Martin.
So that millions could laugh.
Darling, I need you so much
Even
now.
if we weep.
I know,
darling.
I know.
For Hamilton Tevis to bring.
Yes, Martin. You've thought a lot about Julia. He looks her age in black, doesn't he? But you're much too good an actor to give Julia the slightest hint of how you really feel, Martin. She has no way of knowing, of course, that the minute Hamilton Tevis died, you made a decision. Late that night, you tucked Julia into bed with extra tenderness, gently closed the door to a room, take the suitcase you'd already packed out of the closet, and just before leaving, you lay a note on the mantel of the living room.
Dear Julia, when you read this, please don't phone or write. Please try to understand. I know what I'm doing is best for us both. I'm taking that job in Boston. Goodbye, dear. Martin.
And 2 hours later, you're walking toward the door of your compartment on a night train to Boston.
Right here, sir. Compartment C.
Oh, that's fine, Porter. There you are.
Thank you, sir. The bill's right handy if you want any.
Okay.
That's the wrong pigeonhole, Father?
Oh, this is compartment C, isn't it?
I thought it was C.
No, I'm afraid not. The porter just...
Well, I'll be. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I'm supposed to be next door. Here, let me help you stow those bags.
Oh, no, never mind.
Why, it's no bother at all. There. That ought to do it. Hardy's the name. Howard Hardy. Didn't catch yours.
Martin Elliott.
Yeah, pleased to meet you. You a traveling man? That's my line, you know. Plumbing, Republic Pipe and Fitting. Maybe you've heard of us?
No.
Head office in Boston. You a Bostonian?
No, New York. You got a match, honey?
Well, here. Take my lighter. You said you're a traveling man?
I didn't say. I'm an actor.
An actor? Wait a minute. Elliot. Well, you're the guy. Why, I've just been reading about you in the morning paper here. Thanks. Too bad about your brother-in-law.
Yeah, look, I've just come from this funeral, Mr. Hardy. I'm very tired. If you don't
Too
mind...
bad. Well, anyway, I'm sure it'll be a great play.
Play? What do you mean?
The one Tevis finished just before he died. Well, you won't have to worry about the box office. My wife and I'll be there with the bells on. Good night, Miss Elliott. See you for breakfast in the morning, huh?
Yeah, fine. Fine.
It's all there, Martin. In the theatrical section of the morning paper, Mr. Hardy left on the seat of your compartment.
Shortly before the Tevis funeral today, Agent Gordon Tucker revealed that a rough draft of the playwright's new comedy to star Martin Elliott had turned up in his personal effects. Production would probably be arranged this fall as scheduled through Tevis's sister, Julia Elliott.
You stand there looking dumbly at the paper, feeling the wheels under your seat, and then...
Mount Vernon! This is Mount Vernon!
As the wheels of the train slow to a stop, your brain is spinning faster and faster, raging at Gordon Tucker, sure now that he kept the news of the play from you on purpose, that he'd finally decided his 10% wasn't enough. There's only one thought in your mind now. To get through to Gordon and find out what's at the bottom of it. You fumble for a coin, walk into the phone booth on the station platform, drum your fingers impatiently while you wait for the connection.
Rexford Arms.
This is Martin Elliott. I want to speak to Gordon Tucker, please.
I'll see if he's in.
Local for New York City leaving on track 6. Local for New York on track 6.
Look, miss, hurry it up, will you?
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Tucker isn't in.
But you're not thinking of Tucker, Martin. As the rage dies down, you remember Julia asleep. The note on the mantel. Julia's going to produce the play now, Martin. If you can get back in time, if you can destroy that note. You slowly hang up the phone and open the door.
Local for New York City leaving on track 6.
Then you hurry across the platform to the New York local. No time to worry about the other train and your baggage on it. Fortunately, you're barely out of the city, and if you're lucky, you can be back at your apartment in an hour. It's 2 in the morning when you slip into the darkness of the living room. Move silently to the mantel. Grope for that all-important note. And then as your hands fumble against the cold stone... Julia.
Hello, Martin. You'd let me know when you go out.
I thought you were asleep. Everything's all right.
Martin.
Yeah?
Have you a match?
No, I haven't. Here, take this.
Thank you. I want a burn. I haven't read it, Martin.
What? Well, there's nothing in it. Just said that I was going over to...
Never mind, Martin. See? All burned up. Goodbye, Martin.
What? Well, now, look here, darling.
This morning, Martin, you left your suitcase in the hall closet all packed.
Well, of course, I wanted to surprise you about going away together.
The suitcase isn't there now, Martin.
But I can explain.
And who told you about the rough draft of Hamilton's play? Isn't that what brought you back?
Oh, wait a minute.
How did you find out, Martin?
You mean you knew about it all the time?
Gordon told me.
You didn't say anything.
Would it have made a difference if I had?
Julia!
There's no use shouting at me, Martin.
Julia, you know. You know, and you didn't tell me. You just let me...
Run off? Yes, Martin. I was... No. Listen, Martin.
What, you and Gordon making a fool of me, cutting me down?
Stop.
Trying to ruin me.
No, Martin.
Let me come crawling back so you can kick me like a runaway dog.
Martin, let me go.
You poor, sick, miserable old... All right, Julia. Sorry I let my temper go. I shouldn't have done that. Here, let me help you up. Julia. Julia!
You didn't mean to do it, did you, Mark?
No.
But that doesn't change anything. Julia is dead, lying at your feet where her head struck the heavy andirons by the fireplace. It's like a dream, isn't it, Martin? But as you stand there shivering, your brain awakens from the dream, begins to tell you that this is the way out. This is what you really wanted to do all the time. Only you didn't have the courage. The play will be yours now, won't it, Martin? Because you're Julia's heir, just as she was Hamilton's heir. So now all you have to do is get away from the apartment, prove some way that you haven't been back since this morning. And then you remember, Martin, your baggage on the train to Boston. If you could be on that train miles from New York, you couldn't possibly be linked to the murder.
Now loading at each gate. Northern Air.
Well, that's my wife. You in a hurry, mister? Huh? I said, are you in a hurry?
Well, usually when folks travel by air,
I know. It's just that you look like an old timer to air travel. Like it might be routine stuff, you know?
Oh, well, Yes, as a matter of fact, I do more flying for my company than any 10 salesmen they've got.
Oh, salesman, huh?
Uh-huh.
How'd you like to sell something?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know what
Your seat on the plane. Fare plus $50.
What? Oh, well, now, look, it isn't that tough to get on a plane anymore.
Don't you see, the flight is sold out, and it's the last one to Greenbrier until tomorrow, and I just have to get there. I want to surprise my wife.
Oh.
Now, how about it, mister? This trip is just routine to you, and with $50 extra to spend here in town.
Mister, you've got yourself a deal. Nobody I want to surprise that much.
Oh, that's swell. Thanks. Thanks a lot. That'll put me in Greenbrier right on time.
Thanks, Bud. I'll get dressed right away.
Oh, taxi.
Yes, sir?
The Hawthorne Theater, please. Huh?
Hawthorne Theater, yes, sir.
Well, Martin, it's working perfectly, isn't it? You were never missed from the train. The porter will remember calling you in the morning. You even had breakfast with the talkative Mr. Hyde. And now, back at the theater, you're just slipping into your rehearsal costume when the tragic news comes to you from New York.
What? My wife murdered?
Sorry to have to break it to you over the phone, Mr. Elliott. We wanted to reach you right away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, Lieutenant, but it's a shot.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mr. Elliott. On your way up there, you got off the train at Mount Vernon. You made a phone call. I checked the switchboard operator at Gordon Tucker's apartment.
Yeah, of course. I made a call.
And then got back on the train, right?
Of course.
All right. I hope you can prove that. That's all for now, Mr. Elliott. But I think you'd better get back here to New York.
I'll leave right away. I want to be there, Lieutenant. I wouldn't be worth anything here. Not after this.
The most difficult role is ahead of you now, isn't it, Martin? But you're confident that you can play it successfully. Confident that they won't suspect you. That no matter what questions the police lieutenant asks, you will have the answer. Back at the apartment, you square your shoulders before entering. Take a deep breath, the same as you do before an entrance to any scene. And then you step inside.
Marty.
Well, hello, Gordon.
They got in touch with me. I came right over.
He's here, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Elliott.
Lieutenant?
My name is McElroy. Sit down, Mr. Elliott.
Marty, on some things the lieutenant can't figure you out. I said I'd try.
Oh? Just how am I supposed to express my appreciation, Gordon?
Now get this straight, Marty. I don't want anything. All I want to do is give you a nice white reputation. Now look, did you or did you not kill Julia?
I certainly did not. I say it and I mean it.
Okay. All right, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. Let's just step in the other room here, shall we?
Wait a minute. Please, isn't that where Julia was? Well, do I have to go in there?
It's only the living room now, Mr. Elliott. And there's somebody who ought to know you in here. Remember him, Marty?
Oh, the porter on the train, sure.
Yeah, I thought you'd need a good witness, Marty. I had the lieutenant locate him for you.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks, Gordon.
All right, Slater. William. Yes, sir? This is Mr. Elliott. He was on your train last night. But what about this morning? Do you remember seeing him?
Why, I don't know, sir.
But of course you do. You woke me up. You called me as we were coming into Boston.
I wake so many people up, Mister. I don't know. You could have been on the train. I can't lie, sir. You couldn't really prove it by me.
But that's it.
I'll get it.
Look, you got to remember. I told you I'd get dressed right away. Don't you remember? I came out later and I went into the dining car. I had breakfast with another passenger.
Did you see you, Mr. It might be, but I didn't see you.
Oh, the man's name was Hyde. Oh, Lord, you probably never locate him now. Hyde! What in the world?
Elliot! Surprised to see me, old man? Didn't think I'd take you up on that offer to drop in, eh?
Oh, well, ever glad that you did.
You two were on the train to Boston together?
Oh, sure. I should say so. What is it? Something wrong, Elliot?
No, nothing's wrong. Just tell him we were on that train, Hyde. Tell him.
All right, wait a minute. You've got identification, Mr. Hardy?
Identification? Of course. Yes. Driver's license? Rotary membership?
And you were on that train?
Of course. These 3 people on that train who knew me. And Elliot was aboard, too. We talked last night, had breakfast together this morning. You bet we were on that train. I could prove it to anybody.
Just proving it to the lieutenant here is enough, Hyde. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Martin, it was a breathless, frightening moment, wasn't it, when the porter failed to recognize you? Couldn't remember for sure if you were on that night train to Boston. It almost collapsed your careful plan, made useless your desperate flight to intercept the train at Greenbrier after murdering Julia. Lieutenant McElroy was staring at you accusingly, Martin, the whole thing almost mirrored in his eyes as he thought it out. And he'd have broken you down for sure if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a man you never thought you'd see again. Hardy, the talkative salesman. The man you met on the train last night and had breakfast with this morning. He pulled you out of it, didn't he, Martin? And now you're thankful that he talked so much. For everything he's saying makes it safe for you as you stand there in the apartment listening to him with Gordon and Lieutenant McElroy.
Yes, sir, I could prove it to anybody. I got into his compartment by mistake, didn't I, Elliot? That's how we met, Lieutenant. Introduced ourselves.
I see.
And then he wanted the light for his cigarette.
Well, I guess we don't have to have all the details. You've been very kind, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. And I hope you're all satisfied, gentlemen?
That's right, Elliot. Give it to him, old man. Kills your wife. Why, the very idea.
We all make mistakes, Mr. Hardy.
You made a big one, Lieutenant, suspecting my friend Elliot. Like I said, I could prove it to anyone he was on the train with me.
I think you have already.
Well, if there's any doubt about it, I'll tell you what brought me here.
They seem to be pretty well convinced.
Remember I said he wanted the light? Well, I gave him one. I lended my cigarette lighter.
Oh, no.
That one, right there on the mantel. He carried it off with him. By mistake, of course.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, $100, that lighter. Company gave it to me. Top salesman of the year. Wouldn't want to lose it. That's why I came after it. Well, that clear everything up.
It certainly does. Doesn't it, Martin?
But Yeah, Lieutenant, I guess it does.
However, I'm afraid we can't return your lighter right away, Mr. Hardy. You see, it's a very important piece of evidence of murder. Your lighter was found right beside Mrs. Elliott's body.
Whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Tony Barrett and Virginia Gregg. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Robert Eisenbach and Jackson Gillis, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Don't Tell Me About Halloween. I'm going to kill my wife tonight, or maybe tomorrow night. I mean, I'm going to kill one of my wives. I'd better, or something's going to happen to me that won't be good. Well, Halloween's almost here. Halloween's the deadline, and Candace has to be dead before Halloween. Only trouble is, I'm not sure I'll recognize her when she shows up. You ever been in Salem, Massachusetts? Place where they hanged all the witches? No, they didn't burn them at the stake. A lot of people think so, but they didn't. They hanged them. All except the man witch, old Giles Corey. They pressed him to death. Very unpleasant. Well, it was in Salem this particular Halloween that I met Candace. It was dark up there on the hill where the gallows used to stand. Dark and cold with a damp wind coming in off the sea. A few little lights you could see in the dusk only made it darker and lonelier and creepier up there. I remember how I shivered as I started down the hill to town. And I remember how I jumped when something that looked like a black cat jumped out of the shadows at my feet. Without thinking, I yelled, "Who's that?" My heart almost stopped beating because
Well, good evening.
I'd been all alone up there. And then, all of a sudden, there was a woman standing beside me.
You're the first human being that's spoken to me tonight.
Who are you?
I'm Candace.
I don't know any Candace.
You didn't, but you do now.
You nearly scared me to death.
Oh, I wouldn't do that to you. What's your name?
Craig.
You like me, Craig?
What? Well, I don't know what you look like.
I like you very much.
Well, but I...
Kiss me, Craig.
No.
Kiss me, I say. You know, you're going to be a very nice husband for me, Craig.
What do you mean? I'm not going to...
Oh, yes, you are. When I say something's going to happen, it happens, Craig.
But I'm not...
Wouldn't you like to be rich, Craig, and have a beautiful wife? I am beautiful. You'll see. Wouldn't you like to be rich and wise and happy and live forever? Wouldn't you, Craig?
Who the devil are you?
Why, that's a very apt way of putting it, Craig.
Who are you?
I'm Candace.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
I'm the witch they didn't hang, Craig.
Well, she was right. I am rich. Whenever I need money, which hasn't been for a long time now, I ask Candace when she comes to see me at Halloween time. I am reasonably wise, I suppose. I'm quite an authority on American history, quite well considered at the university here. And while I can't say I've lived forever, I have lived 253 years. Now, that's right. You see, I met Candace on the hill above Salem in the year 1694. 2 years after Cotton Mather stopped hanging witches. Yes, Candace has kept her promise. I remember the way she put it, standing up there in the early morning, watching the mists crawling along the ground below us.
You'll not see me now till another Halloween. And I can't tell you what form I'll be in when I come to see you again. But if you see a strange bird or a lost dog, or any strange being at your door come Halloween, you say, "Who's that?" And if it so happens the stranger's me, Why, then, I'll be home with you till the cock crows for morning.
And I remember I started to speak, to ask questions, but she stopped me.
For the time's short now, my love. And remember the words, and we've all the future before us. As long as I live, you shall live.
And below us somewhere a rooster crowed. And I was standing alone on the hill. And a yellow butterfly was rising in circles above my head. I watched it disappear into the first rays of the sun. No, I didn't believe it either. And yet, we were only 2 years away from the witchcraft trials, and whatever may be said today, the belief in witches didn't die as quick a death as modern historians would have you believe. I was there. I know. Besides, I had married a witch. Halloween, 1695. A stray dog lay on my doorstep, shivering in the rain. I don't like dogs. I was about to boot the animal into the street when I caught a look in its eyes. I yelled, "Who's that?"
Well, it's about time. I've been lying there on that doorstep, freezing and nearly drowned without a stitch on, and you stand there and look at me like some great fool. Get me something to put around me and stir up the fire before I take my death of cold. And I do believe you were going to kick me, too. What did I ever say in you?
Candace, dear, how was I to know?
Give me that quilt.
Oh, she was all contriteness and apologies in a moment. But I can feel that slap alongside my chops from 2.5 centuries ago. And our first anniversary was a very pleasant one. I was rather glad I'd married a witch. It had its drawbacks, though. Despite wealth and growing wisdom, people around me in Salem grew old, and I seemed to stay the same age. I moved away, and the years went on. I moved away from Salem, and I moved away from Philadelphia, and I moved from Baltimore, and Richmond, and Savannah, and a score of other places. I spoke to George Washington, and I watched Robert Fulton's steamboat chug up the Hudson when I was more than 100 years old, and looked 35. And every Halloween I welcomed Candace home for a night. One year in a farmhouse on an Illinois prairie, a red fox whined at my door. And it was Candace. One year a blue jay flew down from a tree in Missouri. And another year, she came as a skittering little gray field mouse. And the year I came back to Wisconsin after the Civil War, a porcupine gnawed its way into my cabin on Halloween night, and one of its quills spiked me before I thought to say, "Who's that?" And when Candace smiled at me, there was only a strand of yellow hair through the thick of my thumb. I remember she pulled it out. And it hurt. Years and years and years. Well, she's been a wonderful wife, but I never forget what she is. Once a year is getting to be enough. It was just 67 years ago tonight, before Halloween, you see. That was the first time she appeared before Halloween, 1880. Rutherford B. Hayes was still president then. Yeah, it seems like yesterday. I heard something bumping against the front door, and before I thought, I called out, "Who's that?"
I thought you were never going to call me.
Darling, I didn't know it was you.
Well?
Huh?
Don't people kiss their wives anymore?
Darling, you surprised me.
Suppose you surprised me. Well.
How come you're so early, dear?
Oh, I just thought it would be nice to surprise you.
You certainly did surprise me.
Did I?
You certainly did.
What happened since last year?
Why, nothing much.
That's so.
What have you been doing?
I've been away.
Where?
Craig, you'll be better off if you don't inquire too closely into my private affairs. Being married to a witch ought to be enough for you.
I'm just interested, Candace.
Like I'm interested in what you do when I'm away.
What?
I am interested, you know. You don't?
No.
Don't you ever get lonely while I'm away?
What? Why, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, Craig.
I don't either.
You're forgetting that I'm a witch, dear.
What?
You can't keep anything from me, Craig. Don't you know that? Oh, I won't punish you, Craig. But you mustn't run around with red-haired girls.
Well, I don't know what you...
Oh, yes, you do. So I just decided to take that temptation away from you.
Candace, what did you...
Look over there at the window, darling.
And I looked. And peering in the window out of the darkness was a frightened, tiny red squirrel, its teeth chattering with terror and cold.
She's still got her red hair, dear.
Candace. Candace, did you do that to her?
Of course, dear. No, don't try to rescue her, Craig. I've got other plans for your little girlfriend.
What are you going to do?
Listen. Now come here and kiss me. Good.
Yes, in some ways it's fine. In some ways. You know, in the last 50, 60 years, I've gotten so I'm afraid to say who's that anytime. Wait a second. Did you hear anything? No, I guess she's not here. I wouldn't want her to surprise me again. I want to surprise her. It's 67 years ago that she set the wolves on that poor little red squirrel that was once Marjorie... I've forgotten her last name. But I hadn't forgotten what she did to me. They arrested me for murder. Candace let me stay in jail a whole year. I waited till the next Halloween, 1881, till a little screech owl came and perched on the window ledge of my cell. And even then, it took me half an hour to remember to say, who's that? Oh, sure, yes, she was very sorry, she said. Very sorry, but I had to be punished for being unfaithful to her. Unfaithful? I never even kissed Marjorie. That witch. Believe me, I was pretty careful after I got out of there and moved to Oklahoma. If I had any female acquaintances, I stopped seeing them along in early September. But, Donna, how would you like it if you only saw your wife once a year? And if you knew she could turn you into a caterpillar or a hippopotamus or something whenever she got miffed with you? You'd look around, too, just like I did. She nearly caught me again in Washington, D.C. That was in 1910. I'd been a good boy for nearly 50 years. Well, pretty good, or at least careful. I was standing outside the door of the Willard Hotel that Halloween night. A big moth dropped out of the darkness and lit on my shoulder. Candace likes to be a moth, I think. She appeared that way 15 to 20 times. Well, I knew at once what it was. My conscience was reasonably clear, so I just said, who's that?
Hello, darling.
Welcome back, Candace, dear.
Been a good boy.
Perfect, darling.
Love Candace?
Mad about Candace.
You better be.
Now, Candace.
You living here now? In the hotel?
I hope you like it.
I've never been in Washington before.
We go sightseeing tomorrow.
Oh, I saw quite a lot of it flying in.
Yes?
Who's that woman?
What woman?
Why, Craig, darling, where on earth have you been?
Yes, I thought Gertrude was in Chicago where I'd left her. Wasn't that just my luck? I don't know what Candace did to her. She just disappeared. But you know what that witch did to me? She turned me into a fire alarm box. Don't laugh. It isn't funny. From October 31st, 1910 till October 31st, 1911, I stood there in front of the Willard Hotel, rain and shine, snow and boiling hot weather. And nobody even turned in an alarm on me. Of course, they did paint me in the spring. Then at 11:30 on Halloween, a little black dog came by. I tried to say, who's that? And I made it all right because I could hear gears clicking and wheels turning. And there we were, Candace in a black fur coat, and me in a blue serge suit all plastered with red paint.
You look perfectly awful, Craig.
Well, how do you think I feel? Oh, my feet.
Well, Well, now maybe you won't be chasing other women, my dear.
Candace, I promise I'll never do it again.
You'd better not, sweetheart. I'm a very jealous woman.
So I noticed.
And if you think that was bad, how would you like me
No, Candace, please. No. Don't tell me.
You may kiss me now. And don't get paint all over my coat.
Candace can be very sweet when she wants to be. But these last 30 years, she doesn't seem to want to be very much. She spends most of the time she's here asking me questions about what I've been doing, where I've been, the people I've seen. And, friend, I'm getting awful tired of it. 253 years is a long time. A long, long time with a jealous wife. So I'm going to get rid of her. This time I'm done. No, I don't love Candace anymore. I'm afraid of her. I told you I got this job here at the university in the history department. I've got this little cottage up here in the hills where I go every Halloween. Well, I don't want Candace barging in on faculty row. Well, I'm not supposed to be married here. And you know faculty people. So, I've decided to end it all this year. I'm going to kill Candace. But that is, I hope I am. When she appears, I'm not going to say who's that. I'm going to kill her. And then Alicia and I are going to be married. Oh, I've got to even tell you about Alicia. Here comes Alicia now. I'd like to have you meet her. This is Alicia.
How do you do?
Alicia and I are going to be married.
Yes, indeed. Right after Halloween.
Alicia's secretary to the Dean of Women.
Well, that's how I met Craig.
Well, I hope you don't mean to imply I was flirting with the Dean, Alicia.
Oh, goodness, no, dear. I mean, you were being introduced to her when we first saw each other.
Oh, darling. I'll never forget it.
Oh, I won't either.
Isn't she pretty?
Oh, Craig, you mustn't talk that way to strangers.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but you are pretty.
But I'm so much younger than you are, Craig.
Well, you are a little younger, dear, but that won't make any difference. Will it?
Oh, not to me, darling.
Excuse us a second. Darling, I love you.
Oh, darling, I love you.
Kiss me.
Oh, but they're looking, sweetheart.
Shut your eyes a second, will you, please? Now, darling. You like her? Quite a girl, isn't she? Nothing at all like Candace. Man, am I tired of Candace. Wait a second, the phone's ringing. I'll be right with you. Hello?
Hello, darling. This is Alicia.
Hello, dear.
Are you going up to the cabin today?
I'm just leaving, darling.
Oh, I wish I could go with you.
Well, I do, too, but I'll be back in a day or so.
Oh, couldn't I, please?
No, dear, no. You know it can't be done.
I wish I could.
Well, it isn't practicable, dear. I'll hurry back.
I could drive up tomorrow.
I'll probably be back tomorrow.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you.
I just wanted to say goodbye.
I love you.
I love you.
See you in a day or so, honey.
All right. But I wish I could go alone.
It can't be done, sweetie.
I might drive up and
No, don't do that. Alicia, wait. Oh, my gosh, she can't do that if she doesn't. Hello. Get me 3412J. Well, so here I am. I wish I could have got Alicia back on that phone. If she comes up here, she'll... Oh, well, she won't. She's got better sense. Yeah, let's see. What time is it? Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Revolver, silver bullet. The old Revolutionary War bayonet I had at Valley Forge. A Bowie knife Dave Crockett gave me. Pretty well fixed. on, Candace, honey. Come on. Just come on in. This time you can come ahead of time, baby, and Papa will be waiting for you. And then... Alicia. She's an owl or something this time. Wait a minute. Oh, if she's an owl, I'd better get that shotgun out. Now, Candace. Look out. What the dickens was that? Oh, a moth. A moth, eh? Well, Candace. Here. Where's that Saturday Evening Post? Light somewhere, darling. Light. There. Oh, mister, you're not going to get away this time, sweetheart. Get away from that lamp. Get away, I say. I got you. Oh, you're not dead yet. Well, I'll...
Never mind, Craig.
What?
Never mind. I'm going to die, all right.
Who's that?
It's too late, Craig. You've killed me. But haven't you forgotten something, darling?
What did I forget?
You forgot what I told you back there on the hill at Salem, sweetheart. You'll live just as long as I live. And when I die, you'll die.
Oh. Candace, let me help you.
It's too late, darling. Much too late.
Hello, this is Forest Ranger Station. Oh, hello, Brad. This is Joe Thomas. Listen, Brad, you better call the county cops or somebody. Well, I don't know. Well, I missed a little cabin halfway up Latigo Canyon. You know, the one with the red shutters? Yeah, well, I was on my way up to the station, see, and I meet this girl. Please be quiet, will you, lady? This girl and her car's busted down. Well, I picked her up, and she wants to come up here. What's your name, lady?
Alicia Dean.
Alicia Dean. So she's going to meet this fella here, she says, and I left her out, and I was just starting away, and I hear her scream. Scream, you know, holler. So I stopped and went inside, and she yelled her head off. Lady, please. Yeah. I don't know, Brad. It sure looked awful strange. No, there wasn't no guy here. No. Nothing but a squashed moth. One of them big death's head moths, you know. And a skeleton. Yeah, a skeleton. All dried up and dusty. Like it was maybe 250 years old. And that's all. Just him and the moth. Funny, ain't it?
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who talked to you was Ernest Chappell. And Jarita Bauer played Candace, Alicia was Peggy Stanley, and the forest ranger was Jim Bowles. The music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Gene Perazzo, except, of course, for our theme, which, in answer to many queries, is based on the second movement of the Symphony in D minor by Cesar Franck. Now, for word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Take me out to the graveyard. That's the title I've got for next week's story. Come along for the ride, won't you?
So, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries.
evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the inner sanctum. Come in. Don't hesitate. Come right in. Once you get accustomed to our surroundings, you'll never leave. Nobody ever does. Once you're in, you're out. This is the kind of place that grips you. The kind of place where the bars hold and no holds are barred. Ever wish you were somebody else? Somewhere else? Well, hang on to your wishbones. We've got a horrible example of what we mean. We're in the biggest little city in the world, Reno. A fellow with a growth of beard, trousers that balloon at the knees, and a dragging walk, enters a store whose sign reads, The Rialto Record Shop. Make a record of your own voice.
A recording of your voice?
Yeah. How much can I get on a record?
Well, there's a special long playing record.
How long?
Almost 20 minutes.
That's it. Where do I go?
This booth. This button starts the recording. You speak into the microphone.
I got it. Scram. To the Chief of Police, greetings. This is Happy Dolan, age 26, citizen at large, USA, occupation, drifter. I rode into your merry little burg on the wrong end of a locomotive. That was yesterday. I came here to change my luck, and I did. My luck was bad. I changed it to terrible. I almost got knocked off twice for nothing, and I got a complaint. The weighing machine at the Stork drugstore ought to be declared out of bounds because that's where crazy things began happening to me. I put my last copper penny in the machine just to see what not eating did to the human figure. Besides my weight, the machine stamped out a card for my penny. One of those little white cards with your fortune on it. The card read, Danger, fortune, and marriage await you. Danger, fortune, and marriage. The machine had me confused with somebody else. The only thing that ever happened to me was being born. I hit the sidewalks to mooch the price of a flop. It was getting on for midnight, and I had to pitch fast if I didn't want to camp outdoors. I started my pitch at a little guy with a pull-down hat and his hands tucked in his pockets. Pardon me, friend, but I'm a stranger in town.
Skip this spiel. I know it backwards.
Sure.
What are you bucking for?
A flop.
Follow me.
What's up?
You said you wanted a flop. You coming?
Look, if you just bought me 4 bits, I know a place.
You're not going to get stubborn. I said follow me.
Do I have to?
Does this answer your question?
Gun. You a cop?
Now you're getting insulting. Start walking or you flop right where you stand.
The town sure had the welcome mat out. The little guy with a cannon was parading me through the countrified back streets toward a river.
Turn up that road.
Now, look, friend.
Turn up.
Sure.
Okay. This is far enough. River's kind of deep at this end. Can you swim?
No.
That's too bad. Maybe you should have learned how. Turn around.
You gonna shoot me?
I won't have to. I just treat you to a bath and a flop.
Why? Why do I rate it?
I'm kind to strangers. Here you go into dreamland. Going down for the third time when I heard an angel's voice.
Mister! Try to reach the side of the boat. Grab the sides and hold on.
I can't. I'm too big.
All right, I'll help you. There. the bank. You sit bending forward. You swallowed a lot of water.
A whole river.
We sat on the bank, me and my guardian angel, until I came around. You saved my life. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm happy going. You?
Jesse,
Funny time of night to be out rowing.
lucky for you.
Sure. Did you just happen to be out rowing?
Maybe.
What's funny?
I won you in a weighing machine.
Did you say a weighing machine?
Yes? Over at the Stork drugstore. I got my weight in this card. You want to hear my fortune?
Go ahead and read it to me.
Cast your troubles on the waters if you want to see your future. You're my future? Happy Dolan, a stumble bum who gets slugged and tossed into the river.
Throw me back in, why don't you?
Well, you sound like you're fully recovered. So long. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, wait. Jesse, wait. She was gone. I had something more to think about. I hit back toward the lighted up sections of town and ran into brain teaser number 3. Number 3 commenced with a wallet. A fat, cushy wallet lying in the middle of the street, begging for a taker. I grabbed the wallet and started to leave fast. But not fast enough.
What's the matter, my lad?
Out of my way, mister.
This might persuade you.
What's the gun for?
To reclaim my property, I was knocked down and robbed a few minutes ago.
Not by me, Mr.
O'Toole, Simon O'Toole. I didn't see my assailant. Have any objection to being searched?
What for?
To establish your innocence. Turn your pockets inside out.
Look, Mr. O'Toole, I've got your wallet.
So?
But I found it on the street. Honest, I did. Here, I'll give it back.
Where were you taking yourself in such a hurry?
Places. Square meal first, then a room and a bath, and maybe to the casino.
To try your luck?
Yeah. I figured to see if a weighing machine had some of the answers I'd been trying to find.
Did you say a weighing machine?
Yeah. Don't tell me you got one of those little white cards at the Stork drugstore, too.
But I did. Card with the prophecy of fortune. I have it right here. I'll read it to you. Any investment you make will be wonderfully successful.
What are you eyeing me for?
Any investment I make, it says. Oddly enough, investments are my business. Loans and investments of every kind. Any investment. You were on your way to luck, you say?
That was when I had the wallet.
I'll invest in you. I'll stake you.
Just like that?
No. A half of your future in writing.
Is it at the point of a gun, or do I have a choice? Give me a town where things happen fast. In less than an hour later, I was at the Grove Casino Club. I had $2,000 in my pocket, and a guy named O'Toole had a signed claim check on half my future. Win, lose, or draw. Give me a town where you meet the same doll every which way you turn. There was Jessie, dressed to kill, lapping up the nightlife, heading my way like a homing pigeon.
Hello, Happy.
Hello, yourself.
You picked the wrong place. The management here is awfully hard on panhandlers.
You drift over just to needle me?
No, I came over because...
Because what?
Because it seemed the most natural thing to do. Falling in beside you.
If we go together, huh?
Do we go together?
Sure we do. You see this bankroll?
Happy? Where'd you get it?
Legitimately. I sold 50% of me for $2,000.
You're talking crazy.
Maybe.
What are you going to do with the money?
Well, that little white card said danger, fortune, marriage. I've had the danger. Now I'm here to let my dough ride on fortune. And if I click there.
And if you click there?
Then marriage. According to your card, you found your future in the river. Baby, I'm it. I clicked in the casino for all the dough I could carry without staggering. The rest I took a check for.
Oh, Happy, it's all so incredible.
Kids, remind me to buy that weighing machine and have it gold-plated. I want it on our front lawn as a souvenir.
Now what?
I cut you in on the half of me I control. Want it?
Yes. Yes, Happy.
Great little town. Nothing ever closes. Nobody sleeps who doesn't want to. You can rent or you drive a car on the spur of the moment, any hour. Even the Justice of the Peace has his neon sign on until all hours to catch the marrying trade that won't wait until the sun comes up.
And, you happy, Doran? Take this woman to be an awfully wedded wife?
Cut it short, I do.
And I'll pronounce you man and wife. That'll be $20.
See ya. Let's go, Mrs. Dolan.
Oh, I got a room reserved at the Stanbrook Hotel. Well, what do you say we drive right to it, hit the sack, huh?
Yes, Happy. I'll drive.
Place is all yours. Hey, where do I get in?
You're not getting in.
I'm not... What gives?
Just stand exactly where you are.
Now, wait a minute.
And the next one won't go over your head.
Would you tell me what it's all about?
Some other time. For now, suppose we say the bride changed her mind. So long, husband.
Jesse! Jesse!
Now, that's what I call hospitality to strangers. Ask a guy for 4 bits and he gives you a whole river. You know, Dolan's getting more action in less time than a census taker in a hornet's nest. Danger, fortune, marriage, and the night isn't half finished yet. Nor is Dolan. Now, let's cut the rest of that record with him, shall we?
I hiked back to town to look for Jessie, the bride who changed her mind. I hit every joint that was still lit up. I checked hotel registers and couldn't find hide or hair of her. And then, on a back street winding toward the river...
Hello, Happy.
O'Toole, don't you ever sleep?
I've got to watch my investments. We're in partnership.
Where? I'm buying your half back right now.
You made a killing tonight.
Yeah, and this check endorsed over to you adds up to an even half.
Check seems in order. I'll keep it.
Now, give me back that paper I signed, and let's say goodbye for keeps.
But you're forgetting something, Happy.
What?
I bought half of your future. Your whole future, not just the proceeds of one night's good fortune.
Look, O'Toole, either you're crazy or you're a fox. What gives? What have you really got up your sleeve? What's there about me that brings out the gun in people?
Will you take a partner's advice, Happy?
You're not asking, you're telling.
You leave town at once. There's a train out at 6 a.m. You'll go to Chicago to the address on this card.
1275 Rutgers Drive. What do I do at 1275 Rutgers Drive, Chicago?
You'll be out of danger there. My investment in you will be secure.
Why? Am I in danger here?
Aren't you?
I wasn't going to Chicago. I was just ducking O'Toole's gun. When the train was half a mile out, I went to the rear platform. One pull on the emergency cord, and the train would make an unscheduled stop just for Happy Dolan.
Get away from that emergency cord, Dolan.
Yeah, hello. I didn't get your name last night.
Smith.
Why do you keep tailing me?
For exercise? You're a hard man to kill.
I wanted to give up. You had 2 tries.
One more try.
You're gonna kill me out here?
When the train goes through a tunnel.
Why are you out to kill me?
I told you, for the exercise. Now freeze where you are. You make a move and I won't wait for a tunnel.
Why should I freeze? What's the percentage? What if I get it now or in 2 minutes?
Okay, if that's how you want it.
That's how I want it. That ain't fist on hard to kill. We were wrestling for the gun, rocking on our heels while the train had whirled to take a turn around a bend. And then suddenly we were midair over the railing, as if shot from a catapult, falling to the track. I came to on the tracks, 6 feet from an unconscious little guy who called himself Smith. I couldn't feel my back or legs. I was bleeding badly. Smith looked twice as bad as I felt. I watched his hand feel around blindly for the gun laying a foot away. He was half dead, but still concentrating on business. I started crawling. I got to the gun first. I'm in charge now, Smith. Gonna knock me off? If you don't answer some questions fast. What questions? Why have you been trying to kill me? What's behind it? That's a lot of questions. I got 2 more. Who's Simon O'Toole? And why did a blonde named Jessie marry me and then take a powder? Yeah. You figure I've got the answers? I know all 3 of you got the answers. You clam up and you're a dead man, Smith. Then I'm a dead man. You're not gonna talk? I stood over a lot of guys in my time. Like you're standing over me now. Not one of them opened up. Ever. Go ahead and shoot. I've got to kill you, Smith. Either you or me. You got the gun. Yeah. I've got the gun. I'd killed the killer. I kept telling myself it was self-defense, that I'd exterminated a rat, but somebody should pin a badge on me for doing it. It was an hour before I could bring myself to drag Smith into the woods. I left him under a clump of blueberry bushes and headed back for town to find the heartthrob I'd married. I found her in the last place I expected her to be. Right in my room at the Stanbrook, curled up on a sofa like someone catnapping. Jessie. Jessie. I should have saved my breath. I'd be a widower longer than I'd been a bridegroom. Jessie was stone dead.
Haven't you been traveling in the wrong direction, Happy?
O'Toole, how did you get in here?
I came to persuade the young lady to annul her marriage to you.
Quit alibying. You killed her.
No. I might have. If she'd remained stubborn. But someone reached her first.
Smith?
Uh-huh.
Why did Smith kill her?
Isn't that the usual fate of double crosses? She recovered you from the river after he'd thrown you in. They were partners until the young lady foolishly decided to operate on her own.
What were they after with me?
I suppose the time has come to talk of things. You're a missing heir.
I'm a missing heir? Me? What did my old man leave me? His worn-out suspenders?
No. But on Uncle Jonas of 1275 Rutgers Drive, Chicago, left you $250,000 estate.
My Uncle Jonas? I hardly remember him.
You will, when they read the will tomorrow. He'd been advertising everywhere, publishing your picture for months before his death.
Funny I never saw an ad.
You don't read the papers. You just sleep under them on park benches.
What was Smith's angle?
Smith is Michael Dolan, a distant relative of yours, and an aspiring heir who wanted desperately to succeed you. That is, over your dead body. The girl's angle was obvious.
Yeah. Marry me, let Smith knock me off, and be my legal widow.
Yes. And, my angle explains itself.
You cut in for half. And those weighing machine cards were just a way of getting me to play sucker.
Yes. The hotel management ringing, Happy. They're curious about seedy overnight guests who check in without baggage.
He'll be barging in shortly, drawing conclusions about a drifter who murdered his new bride.
You threatening me with a rap?
Ask yourself, how much credibility will you have with the authorities? Better get back to that railroad station as fast as you can. We'll meet in Chicago.
You still see me as an investment, huh?
A gilt-edged one now.
Now that I can be framed for murdering Jesse?
And charged with the actual murder of Michael Dolan, alias Smith.
How could you know about that?
I saw Smith get on that train with you. You could only be here alive over Smith's dead body. Get going while you can.
What about the corpse on the sofa?
Leave the disposal of your bride to me. I've had experience in similar matters.
I got going. As far as this booth here in the Rialto record shop. It's all here on the record, and thanks for a lovely time, everybody. You've a great little town here, all right. Hey, you. You completed your recording? Yeah. I could do me a little favor.
Yes?
Wrap it up and mail it to the chief of police with my compliments.
Wouldn't it be better, sir, if we delivered it personally?
We?
I should hate to be compelled to shoot a customer.
A gun? This is where I came in. You listened all the time I was making that record. Well, I'm in the cooler now. O'Toole's in the cell right next door to me. I've been here a day and a half.
Mr. Dolan...
Big deal for you, huh? Catching a killer? Bet it's good for the record business.
But you're not exactly a killer. Maybe you can prove to the DA that shooting that man Smith was justifiable homicide.
Justifiable, huh? Smith's not going to like that wherever he is.
Nor is he going to like another thing, wherever he is.
What other thing is he not going to like?
His inability to claim your Uncle Jonas's fortune. You see, the will was read this morning, and you were left your uncle's library in a 1928 Nash automobile. The rest of the estate went
Don't tell me.
Yes. It went to your cousin, the late Mr. Smith. And now, with his death, his share reverts to charity.
Charity. The late Mr. Smith, wherever he is going to die all over again. Of enlargement of the heart.
Looks like Smith was his own worst enemy. He kept buzzing the wrong cousin. They tell me that when Happy Dolan turned loose in that 1928 Nash automobile Uncle Jonas left him, there's one certain town he's going to cross right off his road map. They're going too rugged there. Too much happens in record time. Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama case history number 130 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Has a Hot Foot.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake in the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
This end is the midway, folks. Stay at this end of the midway. Every 10 minutes, 5 o'clock, a beautiful girl will defy death by diving from a small platform at the top of a 50-foot tower. She will dive into the 12-foot tank, into water that is only 5 feet deep, every 10 minutes throughout the afternoon and evening. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the 4 gorgeous pulchritudinous members of the Jolly Mermaid Soup will slice that limb for your pleasure. And remember, it's all free, absolutely free. Have your fun at this end of the midway. Here's where you will enjoy yourself the most.
Matilda, come into the trailer a minute, will you?
Sure, Adrian. What do you want?
I want you to trade places with me this afternoon.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said I want you to take that beautiful body of yours and trade places with me this afternoon.
Oh, sure. I don't know quite what you mean, I think.
Oh, listen, you dumb blonde. Are you or are you not a member of a high diving act?
Oh, sure I am, Adrian. The Jolly Mermaids, remember?
Yes, and in the act, Daphne dives first. Then there's a 10-minute wait. And I dive. Then there's another 10-minute wait. And you dive. And after another 10-minute wait.
And I do dive. Sure, I know that. We do it every day.
Yes, that's right. Now, would you mind changing places with me this afternoon? Dive after Daphne does. I'll dive after you.
Sure, I don't mind. Why didn't you say so in the first place? I'll be glad to.
Oh, get up. All right, get out. I want to talk to Daphne.
Sure. I'll dive after you.
No, you dumbhead. I dive after you.
Oh, yeah.
Daphne, for the life of me, I don't know why we put up with that blonde hunk of flesh.
Well, I reckon you do, Adrian. I reckon we both know why we put up with it.
Hey, don't be in a hurry, Bart. I was just about to ask you to take in a carnival with me there this afternoon.
A carnival? Shame on you, Inspector. That's kid stuff.
Oh, sure, I know, but I have to get on anyway.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you. I'm sure you're not going to a carnival because you want to.
No. It's police work, all right. We got a tip that some people who were working a confidence game in Baltimore just might be around here. Working the grip joint.
No. I don't think that'd interest me, Inspector.
Oh, come on. We won't be very long.
All right. Only if you'll consent to have dinner with me afterwards.
What do you think I wanted you to stick around for in the first place?
Down at this end of the midway, folks. Have your fun at this end of the midway. Every 10 minutes, one of the Jolly Mermaids will dive from the high platform.
Hey, come on. Let's see this, huh?
Inspector, just a girl diving into a tank of water.
Yeah, but look at that baby.
Miss Ivy will now dive from the small platform at the top into a 12-foot tank of water. The water is only 5 feet deep. Oh, watch closely now. Watch closely.
Hey, is she going to dive with her shoes on?
Of course not, Inspector. See, she's taking off her slippers.
Oh, yeah.
There goes the right one.
And there she goes.
Holy cow. Hey, look. Why, she fell.
Yes, it looks more like she jumped. Come on, Inspector.
Out of the way, please. Where are the police? Come on, now, stand aside there. Let's go.
Poor kid, she landed 15 feet from the tank.
Yeah. I bet there isn't a whole bone in her body.
What do you think, Inspector?
Well, we saw the whole thing. It couldn't be murder.
Hardly could be suicide, Inspector. People who deliberately jump to their death rarely scream.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to mark it down to an accident. Hey, now, Bart, what do you mean by that?
Nothing, just thinking.
Yeah? About what?
No, nothing important, Inspector. Just something Du Maurier wrote. Wonder if it's applicable here.
Oh, for Pete's sake, talk sense.
Well, it's a bit deep, Inspector. It goes something like this. Lovely female shapes are also complicated with the difficulties and perils of earthly life, especially to their owners.
Oh. Who'd you say said that?
Yours, Louis Pamela Buzan de Maurier. At least it was something like that.
What's he got to do with this act?
Nothing directly. It was from a book he wrote called Trilby.
Oh, literature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you want my opinion, Bart, you're a little nut.
Oh, forgive me, Inspector. Go on, make your report.
Yeah, let's get down to business.
And while you're at it, don't forget to mention that red mark on the girl's right foot.
Where?
See it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it down.
Don't you think we should go up and take a look at that diving platform?
What for?
Maybe it's loose or something.
Sure. Go ahead if you want to. It's all right with me.
Want to come along?
Up there? Hey, that thing's at least 50 feet high.
Well, Inspector, I'm sure that you go more than 50 feet to clear up a murder.
Are you trying to insinuate that this is more than an accident?
Yes, possibly.
Okay. I'll climb the tower with you. For nothing else than to prove you wrong.
All right, come on.
Well, no, you go ahead. I'll be there in a minute. I want to turn the body over to the boys.
Don't you run out on me, Inspector. Come right back.
Wait a minute, handsome. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to climb up to that platform.
Who says you are?
I do. Have you any objection?
I sure have. We use that platform for our act. Our lives depend on it being in shape. You or nobody else is going to set a foot on that apparatus.
So you're one of the Jolly Mermaids, hmm?
I managed the act.
How is it you're not over there by Miss Ivy's body?
I can't stand dead people.
Oh, sorry. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going up and take a look.
I do mind, I told you.
You mind if I'm having trouble?
Yes, the young lady doesn't wish us to go up.
Oh? What's your name, ma'am?
Adrian, what's it to you?
I'm the police.
This collar ad, a copper, too?
He's Barton Drake, the author.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Neither of you girls is going to climb that ladder.
The inspector can detain you until a warrant can be obtained. I suggest you make it simpler by giving us your permission, young lady.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. Woman ain't got any rights anymore.
Come on, Inspector. I'll go first.
Okay. My gosh, Bart. I never did like high places.
Don't look down, Inspector. It won't bother you.
I get busy standing on a chair.
Go on back down. I'll examine it.
No. You can do it, I can.
There. I'm up.
Now, make room for me.
I'm afraid I can't, Inspector. This platform's too small.
Yeah, it is a desk.
Just wide enough to put your feet side by side. It'd be impossible to put one foot back of the other, even.
With a thin metal strip. Can you see if it's loose, Bart?
Well, wait a minute. Now,
ow! Hey, what's the matter?
I turned my hand. A couple of these metal strips here on the right side are hot.
Hot? Are you nuts? Hey. Oh. Look here, Bart.
Well, I'll be. An alcohol burner wired into the platform.
Yeah. And it's still lit.
What do you think of your accident now, Inspector?
Yeah. When the Ivy dame got on the platform, she took up her right shoe. When she set her bare foot down on the hot metal, she went her foot.
That's right, Inspector. Threw her off balance and she fell to her death. Inspector, this is cold, premeditated murder.
Yeah. Well, it oughtn't to be too tough. All we got to do is find out who put that thing there and lit it.
Yes, well, it probably was the girl who was up here just before Miss Ivy.
Well, come on. Let's get back down. We'll round up the girls and ask some questions.
All right.
How long does this thing like that burn, Bart?
I wouldn't know. But if these girls followed each other 10-minute intervals like their ballyhoo says, 10 minutes would be plenty long enough to make that metal strip mighty hot.
Well, you two guys are through snooping. I'll go up there myself and see you haven't loosened anything.
Oh, you will?
Yeah. In spite of poor Ivy, the show's got to go on. I'm still responsible for the other girls.
Nothing doing, miss. This part of the show's not going on. Not for a while, anyway.
Now, look here. You haven't proved to me you're a real cop yet, and I don't have to...
Come on, Miss Adrian. Stop trying to be tough. Be nice.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
Simply get your girls together so we can ask them a few questions.
Okay. Come on. They're over in the house trailer. Girls, you decent? The tops are here.
Oh.
Come on in, toppers. Where's Daphne?
I don't know where she was. I'm the only one here.
This dumb blonde here is Griselda.
How you do?
I'll go see if I can find Daphne. She's the only one in the act now.
That may not be necessary. All we want is to ask a few simple questions.
Go ahead, shoot.
Which of you girls preceded Miss Ivy in her dive?
Well, we all did. One of us died. Then there was a 10-minute wait. Then another of us died. And then there was another 10 minutes...
Yeah, no, just a minute, Miss Griselda. Which girl was up there immediately before Ivy?
I just told you. Nobody. There's a 10-minute wait.
Yeah, but...
The whole purpose of having us dive at all is to keep the crowds at our end of the midway.
Yeah,
So they'll play the games instead of going on the ride.
But-
The rides are at the other end of the midway.
Oh, how you doing, Bud?
Ivy did her dive, and just before that, there was a 10-minute wait. Is that right?
You won't get anything out of her. She's long on curves and short on brains. But if you want to know who dived before Ivy, I did.
Hey, this thing's moving.
Yes, it is, but you're not.
Don't be foolish. Put down that gun, Adrian.
I said don't move. We all know about that tip you got to pick up a girl for that skins game in Baltimore. But you're not picking anybody up, see? Not you, fatty. Or you either, handsome.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake in Mystery is My Hobby.
Who's driving the car up front? Your other girl, Daphne?
Yeah.
Now you got the gun on it. What are you going to do?
You can't hold it indefinitely.
Don't worry about that. I'll only keep you covered until we get to Grove's Point.
And what's going to happen at Grove's Point?
We're going to drop you over the embankment, trailer and all.
Isn't that quite a waste of property?
Not half as bad as 5 years in a clink. Take their guns, Griselda.
Oh, I can't.
Get them.
I've never been mixed up in anything like
Take
this.
their guns or I'll put a slug through that dumb head of yours. You know it.
All right.
Take the fat ones first.
I'm sorry, Mr. Policeman, but... Oh, it went off.
Grab her, Brian. I'll get this one.
I didn't mean it. It was an accident. I didn't think it. I didn't mean to
I
do
could have known
it.
better. Double-crossed Daphne and me before.
Save it, Sisley.
Break out a window and tell Daphne to stop, Inspector.
Hear that? Hey, you. You out there. Stop. Stop. That's no use. You can't hear me.
Well, then, we'll just take it easy. The car will have to stop sooner or later. Okay, Inspector. You go up front and take care of Miss Daphne. I'll stay here with these other two.
Sure thing.
You don't have to point that gun at me, Mr. Drake. I'm on your side.
I'm not too sure of that, little one. The only thing that kept you from taking our guns was an accident.
Accident, my grandmother's beard. That wasn't an accident. That gun didn't go off that way.
No? You think not, Adrian?
Not by a clamshell. I know Griselda. She double-crossed herself if she thought she could save her blonde scalp.
Oh, say, that reminds me. What was this other double cross you mentioned?
She double-crossed both Daphne and me. With me, it was a guy.
Oh, Adrian, you know that was an accident, too.
I had the guy all sewed up. All I had to do was toss him over my shoulder and take him home. Then this blonde babe comes along and flings hips at him.
I can't help it if he likes me better than he does you.
If I had my way, it would have been you who fell instead of Ivy.
Hey, Bart. Here's the other one.
Oh, yes, indeed. I want you all to meet Miss Daphne, you all. Miss Daphne, you all, is from the sunny south, you all.
What went wrong, Adrian?
This dumb blonde double-crossed us again.
Miss Daphne, Adrian tells me that Griselda double-crossed you also before this.
Well, I reckon that's what you'd call it. She forced me to throw a perfectly good husband in the ash can because I caught him fooling around with her, and that's double-crossing, ain't it?
Yes, I guess it is. Inspector, it appears that the fair Griselda has double-crossed everybody in the act except the victim of the accident.
Yeah. She double-crossed Ivy, too, plenty. But Ivy got even with her. It was Ivy who telephoned you cops to come and pick up Griselda on that Baltimore charge.
Why, the very idea. That's perfectly ridiculous. Why, I was never in Baltimore in my whole life.
You're a liar.
We were both of us there with you.
All right. Let's forget that for a minute and talk about Ivy's death.
Yeah, I didn't get it. All three of you girls had a motive to kill Griselda. But Ivy was the one who was murdered.
Murdered? Ivy wasn't murdered. It was an accident.
No accident. The inspector's right. It was murder. Cleverly arranged, premeditated murder.
Griselda, you dirty little skunk.
Just a minute before we start accusing anybody. We want to know one fact. Which one of you girls preceded Ivy on that platform when she made her last dive?
I told you I did.
You went up 10 minutes before she did?
Yes, why?
While you were up there, did you lean down to fix your shoe or anything?
I might have.
Or perhaps to light a match?
What do you mean by that, Frank?
You tell them, Inspector.
Somebody tied an alcohol burner underneath the iron strips on the right side of the platform. Then they lit it. When Ivy got up there 10 minutes later, the strips were so hot when she took off her shoe, she burned her foot. Lost her balance and fell. That's how we know she was murdered.
So I guess you're elected, Miss Adrian.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe the person who preceded me lit it. In 20 minutes, a strip of metal can get a lot hotter than a cannon head.
Who preceded you?
Griselda, the dirty little rat.
I wouldn't kill anybody. I wouldn't have the nerve.
Now, Adrian, if the flame had been burning when you went up, your foot would have been burned, just as Ivy's was.
Not necessarily. I wear beach slippers when I dive.
Oh?
I do a jackknife. I slip off both slippers when I come out of it, in the air.
Then the soles of your slippers would be burned. They're rubber, I suppose.
Sure.
Will you get them for me, please?
They aren't here. I left them where they fell. They're on the ground over by the tank, I suppose.
Very well. Then we'll go back to the carnival grounds and find them, Miss Adrian. If the soles are burned, I'm afraid it's Griselda who started the fire. But if they're not, you'd better think up some very different answers, my dear young lady. All right, Adrian, let's find those slippers.
As long as I'm under suspicion, I'd rather have a real cop go with me.
You say. Okay, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh, he's slipping by.
Go ahead. We'll wait here. You know, there's one thing I can't understand, Miss Daphne.
Yeah?
If all of you hated Griselda like you say you do, why is it that you kept her in the act?
Oh, they have to.
Why?
Adrian's boyfriend, Harry, his Blondie's boyfriend now, put up the money for the act. And as long as he did, and as long as he's chump enough to fall for Griselda, y'all ought to see why we have to take her along.
Yes, I think I do. But Adrian gave me to understand that she was the manager of the act.
Oh, she is. Harry says she's more the business type than I am. Harry doesn't want me to bother my little head with business. That's what Harry says. I'm too soft-hearted anyway.
That's a laugh.
I am, too. You know very well I'm too soft for my own good.
You're as soft as a mess of coal.
Daphne, you know when Adrian asked me to trade places with her this afternoon in our routine, I didn't say a word. I agreed to it right away. That shows how soft I am.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
What's this about Adrian changing places with you?
Well, usually when we do our act, Adrian goes ahead of me.
Huh?
I follow her in 10 minutes, and then Ivy follows me in 10 minutes, and in
But
another...
this afternoon, it was the other way around.
Yeah, today was different.
Adrian followed you just for today.
Yeah. First Daphne, then me, then Adrian, then Ivy. Oh, for goodness sake. If I'd followed Adrian today like I always do, I'd be the one who was dead, wouldn't I?
Anything out, Bart? Adrian's slippers. Found them about 15 feet from the bank.
You can see for yourself, Smarty, that the soles are burned. Both of them show the marks of the metal strip.
Yes, so they do. Well, that about clinches the case, Inspector. You better take Griselda down and book her.
Me?
Okay, Bart, I'll take the other two along, too, as material witnesses.
Yes, I think you'd better. Listen, Inspector, if you don't mind, I'd like to take Adrian out to dinner first. I'll be responsible for it.
But I thought you were going to have dinner with me.
You can join us later. I'd just like to prove to her that I'm not quite the big bad man she thinks I am.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake in Mystery is My Hobby.
Lobster. Gee, it was swell, Bart. You know, girls like us work for peanuts. We don't often get a meal like that.
Well, every condemned man has a right to a good last meal.
Huh? Oh. You're some kidder.
Yes, I am.
You know, you're not half bad for a cop.
Oh, but I'm not a cop, remember? You said so yourself.
Yeah, I know. I was just so at you because you're good-looking. Harry was good-looking, too. I sure got a lousy deal from him.
Well, Adrian, you shouldn't judge every man by one, you know. Well, here comes a good inspector. He's in time for coffee, anyway.
Well, folks, I'm back.
Got Griselda safely under lock and key, Inspector?
You bet.
You know, this has been a very interesting case, Inspector. I think I'll use it for the plot of my next story.
Oh, make a good one, all right.
It ought to fool everybody. Here's Adrian and Daphne, both having a good motive to kill Griselda. But none of them have a motive to kill Ivy.
Oh, yes, they did.
Oh?
Griselda did. for Ivy calling the police about that Baltimore deal.
Oh, yes. I'd almost forgotten about that.
I'll bet Griselda was jealous of that Ivy girl, too. She was better looking.
You noticed that, didn't you?
Oh, you silly. The thing you said about that literature guy put me onto that track.
Oh, yes. You mean Du Maurier?
Yeah. What was it he said?
Lovely female shapes are awful complicators of the difficulties and perils of this earthly life, especially for their owners.
Yeah. This Griselda was jealous of Ivy's beautiful shape.
No, frankly, Inspector, that hasn't got a thing to do with the case.
It hasn't?
No, not a thing.
Well, anyway, it sounds good.
Yes. Unless you want to apply the quotation to Griselda's shape and her ability to steal another man's woman or another woman's man or however you'd like it on account of it.
I don't get you.
I've been thinking, since I told you to hold Griselda, Inspector.
Yes?
Yes. I think I forgot to tell you what I learned when you and Adrian were out looking for those slippers.
Oh, none of me, huh? Oh, Bart, that isn't like you.
Well, the full significance didn't strike me at first.
Well, what was it?
I learned that Griselda changed places with Adrian in the diving routine this afternoon. Usually she dives just before Ivy. This afternoon she dives before Adrian.
Well, what of it? So Adrian died before Ivy and Adrian's shoes were burned, both of them.
Yeah, Bart, that ought to cinch your case. It'll have to be the one who was on the platform before me who lit the burner.
Yes, it appears it was.
The way you cops figure things out is wonderful.
And so it's very obvious who killed Ivy. You, Adrian.
Me?
Yes, indeed. We're holding you for murder.
But you can't. Griselda...
You saw your chance to get rid of Griselda permanently. You knew it was Ivy who called the police, telling them to pick up Griselda. But that wasn't enough. You'd seen lovely female shapes sway juries before. You couldn't be sure Griselda was convicted.
You're nuts.
You didn't have anything particular against Ivy, but her murder would get rid of Griselda, especially as you could prove that Griselda was the only one who had a motive to kill Ivy. And, my dear girl, you almost hung it on her.
Bart, you're crazy. The marks on Adrian's shoes.
Yes, the marks on Adrian's shoes. If you'll remember, Inspector, the size of that platform was a narrow shelf. So narrow that the only way a person could stand on it is with their feet side by side.
Sure. I know.
And the burner, which was probably borrowed from the glass blower, was wired on the right side of the platform. It was only the two right metal strips that were heated.
Oh.
Yes, Inspector. Only the right shoe could have been burned. But you'll notice that both of Adrian's shoes are burned. Both of them.
Why, you...
I got it.
You're awful smart.
Thank you, Adrian. The soles of your shoes were burned all right, my dear, but you burned them yourself at some other time.
And you had me arrest Griselda. What'll the boys downtown, Sammy?
Inspector, don't you worry a bit about it. You still have the other charge against Griselda.
All right. I'm licked. But I never thought you'd figure it out.
Well, you might have, Adrian, if, when the inspector introduced us, he'd told you that mystery is my hobby.
Glenn Langan will be back in just a moment. Mystery is My Hobby is directed by Dave Titus and is written by Fred Howard. This episode is based on an original story by Ray Wilson. Original music was composed and played by Len Salvo. Included in our cast were Ken Christie as Inspector Danton, Gloria Blondell as Adrian, Virginia Gregg as Daphne, and Georgia Ellis as Griselda. The events depicted in this story were entirely fictional. Any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is purely coincidental. And now, here's Glenn Langan.
Thank you, Bruce Jewell, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. This is your host, Glenn Langan, saying adios.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Tonight we're going to join Bill Storm, a newspaper reporter, on the strangest manhunt ever conducted, or should I say woman hunt, as he searches frantically through a great city for the most dangerous and deadly woman you've ever imagined. In the story I call The Woman in Black. And now here is the story as Bill Storm himself wrote it down when he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed in his hunt for the woman in black.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. A date with a gorgeous brunette with big dark eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. Up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot gambling slot machines. Killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer, but they gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the read-write desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jervis, was covering the funeral. And along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he'd just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
Oh, blonde's more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I've got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda, Theda. Just like Theda Barrow, the old silent picture star.
Oh.
Well, this is how it happened, Bill. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral. I spotted a trim little number all in black, whispering to Joe Nelson.
Well, who's Nelson?
Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off. I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. He claimed he'd never seen her before. That all that she'd said to him was 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? Sounds like a message.
That's what Joe figured. Oh, he decided that she'd delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill. Sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Well, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah? What about that big story you claimed you had?
I'm coming to it. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Hey, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Well, sure I like it. What's the rest of it? Any girl my sidekick goes overboard for, I'd like to know her name.
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Oh, nobody is just one name. Not these days.
Sorry, Bill. It's all I've ever had. Here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story that I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Well, then hang on to him.
I am. You get a car, come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Bill, 2 men just came in the door. They got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. I think she fingered him for them. Yeah, that explains everything. Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom!
Bill, they've got me. But find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them. So, Bill.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted except for the two dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a Delilah in a black dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, Nick Murray.
Sit down, Storm. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
Listen, if I'd known that Nelson would have been dead long before this.
I figured that. That's what made me think that you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon. He let it slip out to Tom Jervis, my sidekick. Just before those two hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
A brunette named Theda? Never heard of her.
Oh, I hoped you might have. A good figure. Deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about her all right. If any of my boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them. If they meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass the girl had been drinking from before the shooting started.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves that she wasn't on the level.
Not necessarily, but I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. Not much to go on, though. We try to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but what? Well, he says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have had. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
Well, I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. Oh, and so long, Captain, and thanks. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now, and when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward, and outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. The blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes, broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. He's feeling badly, complains of pains in his chest.
Well, if he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
The last one, down by the far door. But I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Will you wait here?
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark, except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a black dress bending over the last bed. But it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez, and he was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does. But it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for the glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips, and then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, Gomez, drop that glass, don't drink out of it. He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but it was too late. When I reached it, she was gone, swallowed up in a dark hall. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned back to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. Gomez! Who was she? What did she want?
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer me.
Take your hands off him. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes. He was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could have led me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew that whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night trying to figure it all out. Next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burning a bladder, I hunted up my editor, Harry Holloway, in the city room.
Well, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Harry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. Paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in black. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped about that girl in black? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? Then how do you explain her killing Gomez last night, just before I could question him?
Bill, are you sure you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did. Not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Yeah, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez. Found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. Suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. Harry, look, I saw her kill her.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside a week. Or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. Didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, and I dropped into a chair beside my window. And I started trying to figure my next move. Now, I have an inside room, and the window looks right out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. I'd been sitting there about half an hour when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there, looking over at me. It was a girl in a black dress, wearing a cute little hat with a black veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theta. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said that he'd have the building surrounded if I could keep her talking for 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone, and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theta. Looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. It sounds crazy for a hard-boiled crime reporter to say, but it seemed to get down inside me and twist things all around. Why, a minute ago I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything to keep her talking. Why, yeah, Peter, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theta? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of a racket are you mixed up in anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
But listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
Oh, I'd like to, Theta, but I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before. Yeah, it was Chicago. I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks. And I yelled at him, "Hey, you! That girl that was there. Stop her!"
You made a little number in the black dress?
Yeah. Where did she go?
She went out just as I come in. But...
Well, go after her. Grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Hey, listen, mister, I'm here to wash windows, not to chase dames. If the police want to, let them catch her. Quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Hey, look out.
Huh?
Your safety hook.
No!
Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
But she was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
She was there, all right. We found a handkerchief in the room. A woman's handkerchief. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. It's drenched in lilac. But look, the initials J. She said her name was Theta.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why she was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. Hey, but Storm, the elevator boy who took her up says she was a blonde. Not a brunette.
He was crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
Getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
What? Of course I am.
Yeah?
And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew that I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then, 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in black, and she smiles at me.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Well, come on, then. If she's still there, we gotta get her. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
That's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to a first storage loft. Why would she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside.
He pushed the door open, stepped into the dark hall. And then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there. Put down that fur. Put it down.
Dutton! Dutton! Who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was 2 guys upstairs. Hijacking the furs. They...
Dutton! Dutton!
But listen, Storm, you say you didn't see her. Now, how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe, and maybe not. Now, I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in these rackets. And by now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there now and find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Hello, Storm. Come in and sit down.
Thanks. I will.
Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks.
No?
I just wondered if you'd picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Theta? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. Look, are you sure you're not just imagining her?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I'm not, Nick. She's real, all right.
Listen, if there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awful smart. And it looks like this one is. Oh, well, I guess I'd better go and get some sleep. I need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl, but tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jervis.
You may?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I'll find it.
Okay, there's a back room. Meet me there about 10. And come alone.
About 10?
Right.
I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and I put on a dressing gown. I sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me...
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there, standing in the doorway. I started to get up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard, Bill, I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay. But I did want to tell you the time has come when you can know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you did?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
When? Where?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. At the Tambourine Bar. How do you know? Are you working for him?
No, Bill, I'm not. I don't work with anyone.
Yeah, but Theda...
Please don't ask me any questions now. I can't tell you anything until tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. So I went back to bed, but I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. And I'm just finishing this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If what she tells me satisfies me that she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You did come, didn't you?
Of course I came, Bill. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Oh, yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me and see if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil then. And for the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper, like looking into the heart of the night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. I've been wrong. But who are you then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know in a moment, Bill. I have to leave you, just for a minute or two. Just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door behind him and sat down.
Well, I see you're on time, son.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jervis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
That's right. You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean on my orders, so I could take over. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't very well afford to take chances. I had to get rid of both of them.
I see. That explains a lot. What about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking me questions.
Oh, no. No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in black. You saw Janice, my girl. She filed those safety hooks, dropped that handkerchief the police found.
She did? You mean you had that fellow killed?
Yes, Storm. Just a little business deal I'm interested in. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you all this now. Because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You can't.
Goodbye, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Theda, help me. Call a doctor.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't. But it won't hurt long.
Theda.
Yes, Bill.
I recognize you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes, Bill. I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no. No, stay away from me.
Bill, don't be afraid of me.
Oh, no. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Bill, come back. You mustn't run away from me. Come back. Come back.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the others.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. You were found crawling down 3rd Avenue by a policeman.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me.
What?
Get word to the morning ledger.
Certainly, Mr. Storm. Now, please lie quietly while I get the doctor. I'll only be a minute. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Thea. You followed me here.
Yes. You shouldn't have run away, Bill.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
That's right, Bill. You did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Now I understand why you have to be around when people die. You don't kill them. It's just your job to be there. But I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not, Bill? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
Oh, no. And I'm glad you're beautiful. Makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. He seemed to be quite strong, and Dr. Clark! He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the girl in black. Theda, a strange name. Theda. I wonder if Bill ever did realize that those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth, and he avenged his friend, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Chet Stratton, James Van Dyke, Wendell Holmes, Mort Lawrence, and Joan Tompkins. Original music was played by Jack Ward. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Wears My Face.
Another strange and shivery tale of The Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler came to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Come, my dear. What's the matter?
Who are you?
I told you. My name is Edward Hyde. I'm a friend of Henry Jekyll's.
But he told me you were away.
So I was. I've been out of town for some time, but I came back, as you can see. Come, you're quite unnerved. If I hadn't had the presence of mind to fling my coat over that lamp when you dropped it, you might have caused a serious fire.
You frightened me.
I can quite understand that. If you were expecting the godlike Henry Jekyll, I'm not much like him, am I?
Not much.
Come, my dear. Am I as bad as all that? Can't you bear to look at me without a shudder? See, I'll light another lamp in this room, and you can take a good look at me. See now? How's that?
Go away. Don't come near me.
Tut, that's not very nice of you. After all, you're enjoying my hospitality, you know.
Where's Henry? Why didn't he come?
Our dear good friend Henry Jekyll has been detained. Social engagements, I believe. You know how these things are with a young gentleman of fashion.
But he said he'd come at 10 o'clock.
And you've always found him reliable in the past? Not the first time you've waited in vain for him to keep an appointment with you, is it? Still, he did have the grace to send me and his apologies.
This is his way of getting rid of me, isn't it? He knows it's either stay here or go back to prison. I might have known he'd do something like this.
Oh, no, this is entirely my own idea. You misjudge Henry if you think he wishes you any harm.
Of course, he's never done me any harm, has he? It wasn't him that tricked me into coming up here to London, promising to send me money, coming to see me. It wasn't him that drove me into taking that job in Red Mick's dance hall, was it?
And he regretted it.
Regretted it? Send his apologies, I suppose, like he did tonight. That's Henry. Nice and charming. And false as they make 'em.
Be careful what you say about him. He's my friend. I know Henry Jekyll. He wouldn't hurt a living soul.
Oh, you man.
He's a saint, you hear? No one can say a single word about him.
Then they don't know him like I do, that's all.
He does good every day of his life. Think of the sick people he helps, the poor people he gives food to, the children he sends away for holidays.
Henry Jekyll does?
Yes, Henry Jekyll. But you drag him down because of the folly of his youth and his human weakness. You destroy all this. I'm not a handsome fella like Henry, am I? Take a look in the mirror there.
No.
Come on, don't turn away.
Take your hands off me. Your head in the back of my neck.
I want to see your face up against mine. See? There we are. Beauty and the Beast. You haven't lost your looks for all that you've been through.
Let me go.
Not till you've had a look.
I don't want to look. You idiot.
Pale, aren't I? As though I never saw the sun. And there's something wrong with my forehead. Deformed, some people would call it. And my eyes, they slit upwards. And they're small and mean and set too close. But my mouth, that's the worst part of me, don't you think? Did you ever see another mouth like mine? Or those teeth? They're more like fangs, aren't they?
Yes.
And have you noticed my hands? Not a bit like Henry's, are they? He's a large, firm, white, and beautiful. But mine, they're more like the hands of an ape. Hairy and knotted and hideous, but strong, so strong. See, I can place them round your throat like this.
Take them away.
It's all right, my dear. It isn't my intention to strangle you. Not yet.
Let me go. Let me get out of this.
Where are you going to, my dear? Remember who and what you are.
Yes, that's right. I got nowhere to go. I'm a wanted criminal. It's either prison or you.
Come now. Am I so terrible? Am I worse than those warders?
Did I tell you about that?
Henry Jekyll and I are the closest friends. We have no secrets from each other.
And you wonder why I hate him. He brought me here on purpose so that he could send you. But he'll pay for it. I'll make him.
If you so much as try to harm him, if you say one single thing against him, I'll take that throat of yours in my hands and I'll crush it to a jelly. Come here. Fool, stop your whimpering. You're here alone with me, and I intend to keep you here. Wipe your eyes and fetch me that decanter of wine. I've had enough of talk.
Utterson, I'm awfully sorry to trouble you at such an hour, but I'm at my wit's end. Do you happen to know where Dr. Jekyll is?
Isn't he with you, Nurse Peters? Well, he had dinner here, but left early, saying he had to be down to see a patient at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock? Well, I don't know anything about that. The clinic shuts at 5 o'clock, and Dr. Jekyll wasn't expected down again till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Was there some special case he had to see about?
Not that I know of. But I've come now because of little Johnny Burke.
Oh, the little boy who was knocked down this afternoon?
Yes. His mother came along to me in a terrible state. It's taken a very bad turn. I don't like to stay without Dr. Jekyll seeing him, but it seems to me like internal hemorrhage.
Good heavens. And can't you find him?
No. I went to his house, but none of the servants have seen him there since about 9:30.
Oh, that'll be after he left here. Did they try in his laboratory?
Yes. He did go out there, but the whole place is in darkness now.
Then what will you do? Is the little boy very bad?
Very bad indeed.
That's terrible. Can't we get another doctor?
Oh, no, Miss Utterson. No other doctor would come. It's Dr. Jekyll's case.
But supposing he dies?
No other doctor would come.
Oh, then we've got to find him. If you wait a minute, I'll come with you.
But where can we look?
Well, he told me he was going to see a patient. We can look in his case book. There may be something there to help us.
Yes.
Anything wrong, Margaret?
Oh, Daddy, this is Nurse Peters from Henry's clinic. A little boy who met with an accident this afternoon is very ill, and we've got to find Henry.
But you're not thinking of starting off at this hour of the night. It's close on 11.
But the little boy's terribly ill. He must have help.
And what are you going to do?
We're going to Henry's house to see if we can find out where he is.
Margaret, you can't do that.
Why not?
Let me send one of the servants round with a message.
I'll be all right, Daddy. Nurse Peters will be with me.
I insist that you take either John or me with you. You can't go out unaccompanied at this hour of the night.
Very well, Daddy. You come. And tell John, too. It's a good idea, because he can be looking in one place while we go somewhere else. Oh, Daddy, he's such a dear little boy. We've got to do what we can to save him. Don't you see that?
That's Henry's work, not yours.
Henry's work is my work, Daddy. Don't you understand that much?
No, Miss Utterson, Dr. Jekyll isn't home. He left here soon after 9:30, and he hasn't come in yet.
But where did he go?
I've no idea. He left by way of the laboratory.
The laboratory?
Yes. You see, there's a door that lets him out onto the street by a back way. He often goes out that way, miss.
But look, I can see a light there now. He must have come back again.
I believe you're right.
Daddy, Nurse Peters, he's here.
Where?
In his laboratory. The light's just come on in the upper room. In the window, see?
Well, you wait in the carriage with Nurse Peters, and I'll go out and get him. Will you take me through the house, Poole?
Yes, Mr. Utterson. Certainly, sir. Come this way, sir.
Thank you.
Tell him it's urgent, Daddy.
My dear, I imagine Henry knows more about the seriousness of internal hemorrhage than you do.
Just follow me, Mr. Utterson. I'll bring a lamp and light you across the courtyard. It's a very bleak night tonight, sir.
It is indeed. Oh, in heaven's name, what's that? Poole! happening in there?
In there, sir? I don't know, sir.
Someone's being strangled, surely. Oh, quickly. We must break in the door.
Oh, no, sir, no, sir. I wouldn't do a thing like that, sir. I wouldn't know how to explain it, sir. It's part of Dr. Jekyll's work, sir. That's all it is, sir.
What? Those cries and groans? Part of Dr. Jekyll's work? Then what devil's business is he engaged in?
I don't know, sir. But he's given me the very strictest instructions that none of the servants but me is to come over here. And even I'm not to break in, no matter what I see or hear.
I see. It's stopped now. There's silence.
Yes, sir. It's always like that, sir. In a few minutes, one or the other of them will come out.
One or the other? What do you mean?
Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde, sir.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. The fact that a man may be arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced for the crime of murder does not always, at least to everyone's satisfaction, mean the solution of a murder mystery. Particularly so is this the case in the trial of Oscar Slater. And to those lovers of the great character Sherlock Holmes, it must be of interest to know that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle spent 17 years of his life trying to prove that Oscar Slater did not commit murder, a murder that to this day is one of Scotland Yard's unsolved mysteries. The scene is Glasgow, Scotland, the night of December 21st. Thick, soot-laden fog swirls along the dimly lighted streets. A fog so thick that it deadens even that roar of traffic which rises perpetually from Glasgow's teeming thoroughfares. Outside 15 Queen's Terrace, a street lamp throws a grayish-yellow circle on the damp pavement. But inside number 15 Queen's Terrace, an apartment house.
What the deuce is that?
Sounds as if it came from Miss Gilchrist.
Well, Miss Gilchrist would hardly be making that noise.
The servant Lambie could.
I'm going up there. I don't like it.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Adams.
Good evening, Lambie. You weren't by any chance chopping wood or something upstairs?
Oh, no, Mr. Adams. I've been down to the corner for the evening paper.
Who's up there? Coming out of Miss Gilchrist's apartment.
Oh, I don't know. I never saw him before.
Let's go up there. I don't like the look of things.
Oh, the door's open, and I left it closed.
I don't see Miss Gilchrist in the living room. Oh.
What is it? Oh, what is it?
Look behind the dining table.
Oh, is she dead?
Yes. That man! The man we saw leave the room! Stop him! Stop him! Police! Murder! Stop that man!
But the man had gone. All trace of him swallowed up in the rolling bank of fog. 15 minutes later, the police, the examining doctor for the Crown, and the detective inspector are on the scene of the crime.
Now, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have the boys check up every boarding house, hotel, everything, and find out every single person who has checked out in the past hour and from now on.
Yes, sir. Anything else, sir?
Check steamship passengers.
Of course, sir.
Pawnbrokers. Keep a lookout for pieces of jewelry such as you see in that photograph on the piano. That photograph of Miss Gilchrist.
At once, sir.
Finished, Doctor?
Yes, Inspector. How did the murderer get in here? Both doors can only have been opened from the inside.
Let the newspapers work that out. I'm a police inspector. All I want is the murderer.
24 hours later in the Glasgow Police Headquarters, the detective inspector sits behind a table going through the mass of information unearthed by his department. A sergeant of police bursts excitedly into the room, a piece of brown wrapping paper in one hand, a ship's sailing and passenger list in the other.
Inspector, look here.
What is it, Sergeant?
Found this wrapping paper in a flat vacated late last night.
Yes, what is it?
It's from a jeweler. Evidently used to wrap a watch or something about that size. Name on the label, Oscar Slater.
Yes, go on.
Slight build, nervous, foreign-looking. Fits the description of the murderer given by Lambie. Then this, the shipping list of the Empress of Calcutta. Third-class passage booked next day. The day following the murder. 2 persons, Otto Sando and wife.
Oscar Slater. Otto Sando. Good work, Sergeant. I'll cable the United States and have the New York police hold Mr. Otto Sando for identification.
The New York police arrested Otto Sando, who turned out to be Oscar Slater. A month later, the prisoner was shipped back to Scotland. And in May, in the High Court of Scotland, Oscar Slater was tried before my Lord Guthrie.
The witness Lammy to the stand, please. You've been duly sworn?
Yes, my lord.
On the night of the murder, you saw the murderer leave Miss Gilchrist's room.
May it please your lordship, I protest. The witness is not competent to judge whether or not the person seen leaving the murdered woman's room is or was the murderer.
I'll put the question in this manner. You would recognize the person you saw leaving Miss Gilchrist's room?
Yes, my lord.
Is he in the court?
He is, my lord. He is a prisoner.
That is all.
Learned counsel for the defense may question the witness on behalf of the prisoner.
Thank you, my lord. Lambie, I wish you to be very careful in your answers. You say that the prisoner at bar is the man you saw leaving Miss Gilchrist's flat?
Yes, my lord.
How do you recognize him?
By his features.
Nothing else?
I don't understand.
In New York, you identified the prisoner by his peculiar walk. I'm reading from your deposition taken at that time. I recognize the prisoner by the peculiar walk. I did not see his features.
I did not see his features clearly.
And your identification today is more clear than of 1 month ago? That is all. You may stand down.
Mr. Adams to the stand. You understand that the oath taken yesterday is still binding upon you?
Yes, my lord.
You saw the man the Crown contends was the murderer leaving Miss Gilchrist's flat?
Yes, my lord.
Is he in court?
Yes, my lord. He is the prisoner.
That is all.
Your witness, counsel for the defense.
Adams, learned counsel for the Crown has asked you definitely if the prisoner at bar is the man you saw leaving Miss Gilchrist. Do you swear positively and absolutely that he is the man?
I'm a little nearsighted, my lord. I should not care to swear at this distance.
Go to the prisoner. Look him in the face. He is on trial for his life. Much depends upon your answer. Will you swear that that is the man?
My lord, to the best of my belief, this is the man.
Defense thanks the witness for his fair-mindedness. He may stand down.
May it please the court, the Crown rests its case upon the evidence presented.
Then learned counsel for the Crown may address the jury.
I thank his lordship. You have heard these witnesses swear that the prisoner, Oscar Slater, is the man seen leaving Miss Gilchrist's flat. I come next to the prisoner's guilty flight, for guilty it was. An honest man does not engage passage on a vessel in an assumed name, not after the hue and cry has been raised about a brutal murder. It is always a painful duty to plead with a jury to condemn a man to death. But in this case, I say to you, with every fiber of my being, that...
As counsel for the defense, I say that the Crown has not even attempted to show how the prisoner attained entrance to Miss Gilchrist's flat. The door to the apartment house was locked with a spring lock. The prisoner had not any means of obtaining a key. Not only that, but the prisoner, supposing that he had obtained entrance to the apartment house, had no means of entering Miss Gilchrist's flat, unless she herself admitted him. And, gentlemen of the jury, Miss Gilchrist was found lying before the hearth in the dining room. She would have screamed long ere that had she been afraid. And I say to you, gentlemen of the jury, that one fact alone clears the prisoner, because the murderer, gentlemen, was someone known to Miss Gilchrist, since she never would have admitted the murderer without protest. Gentlemen, I have finished. The life of a man, a human being, is in your hands.
The jury may retire to consider their verdict.
Stay close. We'll be back with the verdict and more of our Unsolved Mystery right after this break. And now let's return to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
On such evidence, then, did the jury retire to consider a verdict. Both the police and the prosecution completely ignored the difficulty of the murderer's access to the murdered woman's apartment. But the jury was absent just 1 hour and 10 minutes, and now they are again in the jury box.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, my lord. We find the prisoner is charged guilty.
My lord,
May I say one word? Will you allow me to speak?
I think learned counsel for the defense should instruct his client. But if he insists, I shall allow him to talk.
My lord, what shall I say? My father and mother are poor people. I come of my own free will from America. I come to defend my right. I know nothing about it. I come from America. I know nothing about this murder.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty of murder. You will be taken from this courtroom to the place whence you came, and thence to a place of lawful execution, where you will be hanged by the neck till you be dead, dead, dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
But Oscar Slater did not hang. People who saw in the case a mystery not to be solved by the mere bringing in of a verdict of guilty appealed to the Home Secretary, and the prisoner's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Oscar Slater served 17 years in prison. Today he is free, absolved of the crime, and the British government, in recognition of the miscarriage of justice, awarded him a considerable sum of money. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the trial of Oscar Slater. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in this solution for which you have been waiting. We return you to the High Court of Scotland, where my Lord Guthrie, presiding at the trial of Oscar Slater, sums up the evidence before the jury. In his lordship's summing up lies the solution as to how the murderer gained access to Miss Gilchrist's home.
Order in the court. Learned counsel for the defense has no other motion to make before the bench addresses the jury.
No, my lord.
Counsel for the Crown has no additional evidence.
No, my lord.
As presiding judge in this case, I do not feel that it is necessary to dwell upon the seriousness of the crime or the importance of your verdict. The learned counsel for the defense has made an issue of the fact that Oscar Slater could not gain access to the murdered woman's home. But, gentlemen, I would be delinquent in my duty if I did not point out to you that that was not the impossibility it seems. In the first place, it must be borne in mind that it was not a key which was required to gain admittance to Miss Gilchrist's house. That is, to open the front door. There was a speaking tube arrangement whereby the caller could speak to the inhabitant of any particular apartment. The occupant of the apartment, satisfied that he or she wished to see the caller, would then pull a release which opened the catch on the front door. This was the defense point when they maintained that the murderer must have been known to Miss Gilchrist in order to have gained admittance. A study of human frailties, though, will show that this does not necessarily apply. Undoubtedly, Lambie the maid, going as she did each night for an evening paper, would upon occasion forget her latchkey. What then would she do? She would ring the bell. Tell Miss Gilchrist through the speaking tube arrangement that she had forgotten her key, and Miss Gilchrist would then release the door catch. After this had occurred many times, as it must have over a period of years, Miss Gilchrist would, if the bell were rung immediately after Lambie's departure, release the door catch without question. This, then, was what the murderer was waiting for. The murderer undoubtedly had watched the inhabitant for a period of time, and one night, the night of the murder, Lambie the maid left to get the evening paper. The murderer stepped quickly to the door and rang the bell. Miss Gilchrist, thinking that once again Lambie had forgotten her key, would release the catch, leave the apartment door open. The murderer would enter, and in a few moments everything would be over.
And so a judge on the bench solved the real mystery as to how Miss Gilchrist was murdered. But to this day, no one knows who the actual murderer was. And to the Glasgow police, the famous Oscar Slater case is still an unsolved mystery.
And its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Joseph Cotton in Blood Sacrifice,
a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hap, me boy, here's one that'll rattle the ivory between your ears. What is it that carries water, has plates, gives continuous service, and is associated with a good tip? A waiter. Oh, how dumb can you be? Listen, I'll make it easy. It needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, and it's a tough little bundle of potent energy. Now what is it?
Camel?
Oh, give me strength. Look, Slap Happy, it's the famous Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, the Stay Full has over 3 times more liquid reserve above the plates than batteries without Stay Full features.
You caught me with my brains down, Wilcox.
Glad to hear you admit it, because the Autolite Stay Full battery is known from coast to coast as the battery that gives 70% longer average life as compared to batteries without Stay Full features. And this is proven by tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards.
You're absolutely right, Harlow.
Of course, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with blood sacrifice and the performance of Joseph Cotton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Scene, his dressing room. Gary, his arm through mine, his great beautiful voice purring assuringly in my ear.
It's wonderful, Johnny, wonderful. 200,000. Why, they didn't say that for Gone with the Wind. You're a success, boy, a success.
A success. And well on the way toward being rich. On the marquee above the theater in lights, Garrick Drury in Bitter Laurel, and then in slightly smaller lights by John Scales. New clothes, best food, a fashionable hotel, new and fashionable quaintance. And I owed it, every bit of it, to Garrick Drury. Everyone said that, everyone except Gary. We'd just finished seeing the men from the motion picture company. Gary had been charming, courteous, thoughtful, protecting my royalties, protecting his rights, and finally they were gone. Walters, Gary's valet, came into the room.
Anything else, Mr. Drury?
Not tonight. I'll pick you up in the car at the stage door in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to see Mr. Scales to his taxi. Sure I can't drop you anywhere, John?
No, quite sure, thanks.
Glad to, you know. Oh, Walters.
Oh, yes, sir.
Bring along that play of young, what's his name, Ruggles, Buggles, you know who I mean. I promised Fanny Taylor I'd read it, but, well, it's perfectly useless, of course. We'll be playing Bitter Laurel for another 2 or 3 years yet. Eh, what, John? Well, come on. 5 minutes, Walters.
Yes, sir.
Now, look here, John. Don't you worry about this movie, dear. I've handled these characters before. Before! Oh, listen to that, John. Wonderful sound. The empty theater. The empty, echoing, endless theater. John, you know what?
Sure. There's a play in it. In the last scene, the actor dies in the empty, endless theater, pouring out his death on 8 pages to the ghosts of all the audience who didn't realize how great he was.
Alone. His wife's gone to,
Hollywood.
Perfect. Well, what are we waiting for, Johnny? I'll put you in your taxi, you go home and write it, bring it to me tomorrow night. We'll fix it, and there we are.
I can read the notices now.
They're sensational, aren't they?
Garrick Drury does it again. Actor's death scene draws bravos.
Sir Garrick Drury, maybe. Well, come on, we'll get you on your way.
Good night, Mr. Drury. Thought your performance was exceedingly fine tonight.
Thank you. Good night, Scotty. Waters will be right out. You can lock up.
Good night, Mr. Drury, Mr. Scales.
Good night, Scotty.
Well, this is the thrilling. There's a cab stand right at the corner. We make a run for it. John, look out! John, are you all right?
I don't know. Knocked the breath out of me. My side. How about you? You all right?
No.
Here, let me help you. Bye.
You are hurt?
No. Just jarred up a little. No broken bones. Gary. Oh, my Lord. I picked myself up from the curb where the car had thrown me when it hit us. My side hurt and my head reeled, but Gary... I saw him stagger out from the other side of the car, saw the jagged pane of broken glass in the store window, saw the bright spurts dyeing the pavement crimson where Gary's right hand clutched his left arm. A policeman came running toward us.
Yeah, what happened?
It's Mr. Dory, officer. The car skidded over the curb, then knocked it through the window.
Here, let's have a look now.
Catch him, he's very faint.
They've got him now. Oh, and no wonder. He's got an artery. Hey, you, call an ambulance. Get a doctor. This man will bleed to death if we're not quick.
Are you all right, sir?
I hurt the side a little, Paul. I feel a bit faint, but I'll be all right.
Good. We've got to stop this bleeding here. Now, help me. You put your hand right here. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, squeeze hard.
Yeah.
And keep on squeezing.
You
over there. Come on, give us a hand.
all right.
Take his head. You take his feet now.
All right.
Easy does it. Up.
All right.
What happened?
Mr. Drew!
An accident. Walter, here. Come, give me a hand. Hang on to the artery now.
I'm trying to now.
What is it? Let's get accident. Mr. Drury cut an artery. Here. There's a couch in Mr. Drury's dressing room off. So right around this way.
What's the matter? What happened to the light? Turn up the light.
Fainted, Gary.
I see.
All right. Here on the couch. Easy now. Down we go. Now, you, get an ambulance and a doctor.
All right. My left arm, huh? Do you suppose I'll lose the use of it? Well, it's lucky it's the arm in play, isn't it, John? I can always go on playing cheat. Always. The rest of my life.
My play. All the rest of his life. Oh, that is the blood. I began to be sick. The officer took his strong hand and gripped the artery in Gary's arm above my own shaking fingers.
Now, you look peaking. Lie down, Mr. Scales. Let me hold that. Now, you, help rig up a tourniquet. Well, Walters, whatever your name is. Will someone try to get a doctor?
Just call for the doctor. There's no one on emergency. Everyone's out, and so are the ambulances.
Then call a private hospital. This man is bleeding to death.
Bleeding to death. This was the end, was it? No doctor on duty, and Garrick Drury bleeding to death. Then I came to. I'll find a doctor. But it was 40 minutes before the doctor finally came. 40 minutes while Garrick Drury's life seeped out from the improvised tourniquet. The doctor set down his bag and took one look.
We're still trying to get hold of an ambulance, Doctor.
Oh, never mind. We couldn't move him now anyway. There's only one thing to do. Give him a transfusion right here. Yes. Well, first we'll make a decent tourniquet. I'll test his blood for type. Oh, by the by, wait around, all of you. I have to find someone among you with type of blood that matches his.
Gary lay on a couch behind a screen in his dressing room. And there was a plate on the table, one with a border of pink roses from which, during rehearsals, we'd often eaten hasty sandwiches. Now there were 4 round blobs of red on it. Blood. 2 blobs of mine and 2 of Gary's valet, Walters. Behind the screen, Walters was blubbering with grief while an intern, arrived at last with the ambulance, was murmuring fearfully.
But, Doctor, I can't find his pulse. You can't. Bob, wait a minute. Here, you idiot, let me see. Yes, of course, here it is. But we must hurry or we'll be gone. Steady now, Walter, steady. We know you love him. We're doing all we can. Now, go look at those tests. The important thing is to give transfusion as soon as possible.
Let me give it, sir. I'll give my life for Mr. Drury. Let me give the transfusion.
No. We'll see. I've already told you Drury's blood is type 3, very difficult. Can only give him a transfusion from someone of his own type or a type 4 universal donor. Anything else would be like giving him prussic acid. I only hope that you or Mr. Scales will do. We'll have to make sure. All right, now let me see.
The doctor bent over the plate, pouring liquid out of vials onto the red drops. I stood where I'd been standing when he put the blood onto the plate before the intern's voice had cried out.
Doctor, I can't find his pulse.
Walters and the doctor had plunged around the screen to where Gary lay unconscious. I watched while the doctor finished with the vials. Then he picked up a grease pencil from the dressing table and drew a line across the plate, cutting it in half. Then with the pencil, he marked the side on which I stood with an S and the side on which Walters had stood with a W.
Now we'll be sure of which is which. It will take a few minutes to see if there's any agglutination. Oh, let's hope. That's all we can do is hope.
And he disappeared once again behind the screen. It was then that I noticed the one rose on the border of the plate which had been blurred in the firing. I'd noticed it before. Many times I'd noticed it today in the last few minutes, looking stupidly at it, as you do at such things. But before the doctor had marked it, before he and Walters had gone running behind the screen, then hadn't the blurred rose been on the left, my left? But now it was on the right. Might Walters, in passing, have brushed it and turned it around? I stood and stared at the tiny pool on the side marked W. Little hard purple crystals were beginning to form around the edges.
I looked at the side of the plate marked S. My side, supposedly. The blood was clear and bright. But what if the plate had been turned around? And the blood on the other side was mine. It was mine that was forming little purple crystals. I stood staring at the plate as the doctor came around from behind the screen.
Now, let's have a look at this. Well, looks as though we're in luck.
Is it mine? May I give him the transfusion, sir?
Sorry, old man. Not unless you want to murder him.
Oh.
No, but Mr. Scales here, it looks as if he were that useful animal, a universal donor. All right, Mr. Scales, let's make ready.
What?
You're it, Mr. Scales.
There's something I ought... Well, I ought to mention that...
You're not frightened, are you? There's
not that.
no danger from giving a transfusion, you know.
No.
The donor, that is.
No, I'm not
then
frightened.
Come around here and let's get busy. We haven't much time.
Doctor,
Hello, John, old fellow. What's this? Final curtain?
Don't be silly.
Such a rotten exit. Dying, Egypt. Dying.
Oh, you're not dead yet, not by a long shot.
Take off your coat, Pete, Mr. Scales, and roll up your sleeves.
Rotten exit. Rotten break for you too, John. You'll have to close the play.
Close the play. Close the play. I'm ready, Doctor.
To be sure. Now, sit down here. Hold still. You will hardly notice this. Make a fist. Tight.
This?
That's it. Maybe feel a little dizzy for a minute afterward, but in an hour, you'll be as right as rain.
That's all right.
Now still. Yeah. Not bad, was it? Lie back. That's right.
Good old John. Lord, what a publicity story this will make. Playwright at actor's bedside gives blood to save famous star's life.
If he'd kept quiet, if he'd only... It might not have been too late then. But then I knew that I would never tell the doctor. I would never tell anyone. I would only wait and see. The revulsion, the contempt, the hatred that had been caged up in me for that smiling, posturing ape on the couch leaped now, clawing at the bars, howling for revenge.
Going all right, Scales?
Yes. Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Doctor.
Autolite is bringing you Joseph Cotton in Blood Sacrifice, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now it's my turn, Wilcox. Riddle me this. What is it that lives a long time, has great power and endurance, and can store water?
Well, that's easy, Hap. An Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, no.
Yes. That Autolite Stay Full battery needs no more water than a cactus, because it has more than 3 times the liquid reserve above the plates as compared to batteries without Stay Full features.
Stop that, Wilcox, and answer my riddle.
Now, let's see now. You mentioned long life. The Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate. That accounts for its incredibly long life. Why, recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards prove that Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
You're not even getting warm, Wilcox.
Why, man, this Autolite Stay Full battery is tops in batteries. Talk about power, it's phenomenal. Endurance, sensational. And remember, it's the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Elephants is what I had in mind, Harlow.
But I'm right, too, Hap, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Joseph Cotton, in Blood Sacrifice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I lay back there on the chair in the dressing room. The doctor had been right. There was no pain about it. I could feel little tinglings as the blood said goodbye to my body on the way to inhabiting the much bluer veins of a distinguished actor. No, I felt nothing. Only a gentle warmth after a while and a lovely serenity. And with it came little visual effects inside my closed eyelids, a kaleidoscope like they use in films to dissolve into flashbacks. That was it. Yes. I was having a flashback. I hadn't wanted to send the play to Gary in the first place, but I was new in London, and good old George Philpotts, who was handling me, said he had a hunch about it.
Everything to gain, my boy. Nothing to lose. May as well try, you know. Can't get hurt trying.
Lord George, Garrick Drury, it's just not his kind of play. It's a tragedy, a bitter, cynical, disillusioned tragedy.
Well, he just may like it, you know. I'll send it along over to his hotel. We'll see.
I'd never met Gary until then, and of course, this tremendous charm of his, this flashing, winning, infectious, incomparable style of the man, when you talked to him, you were lost. And he did like the play. At least he said he liked it.
Oh, yes, wonderful idea. Very strong. Perhaps a little grim, but then these are grim times. Of course, there are one or two things that need touching up, and we may have to make a change here and there. There's never been a play produced that didn't have to have a certain amount of rewriting during rehearsal. You understand.
But I didn't understand. I was still too bewildered to understand. And the man had this fantastic charm, and he'd used it. Before I was out of his office, I'd signed a contract giving me a very pretty share of the royalties, and Gary the right to make any reasonable changes he might deem necessary to the script. Reasonable changes. During rehearsals, we'd sit halfway back in the theater, and...
Oh, John, I've been thinking.
Yes?
The cocktail scene in the first act bothers me. It seems out of character.
What do you mean?
He wouldn't have acted that way. He'd have been shocked and hurt and angry at the change in his fiancée. He'd have denounced her and left the party. Wonderful thing, one. And then at the very end, Keith rolls up his uniform tunic with all the decorations on it and lays it under his head for a pillow and lies down on the bench. Oh, a wonderful curtain line. He says, I rest upon my laurels. Wonderful. Can you write it, boy?
You're not serious.
Of course I'm serious. Now, look here, Johnny, this is your play. I'm only concerned.
But that's not the play, Gary. It's all out of key with the rest of it.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. I've been a little bothered about the ending, too. Oh, it's very dramatic, of course, but just at this time, it seems in a little bad taste. Don't you think?
The play, altered, butchered, finally opened. We sat up waiting for the morning papers, and then they came. I read them, and I wanted to run away and couldn't. The voices of the critics saying to the public,
This broken-back play is only held together by the magnificent acting of Mr. Garrick Drury.
Saccharine as it is, bitter laurel provides a personal triumph for Mr. Garrick Drury.
Nothing in the play is consistent except the assured acting of Garrick Drury.
Mr. John Scales has constructed his situations with great skill to display Mr. Drury in all his attitudes, and that is a sure recipe for success. We prophesy a long run for bitter laurel.
And run it did. There was no stopping it. I caught myself wishing Garrick Drury would die or lose his looks or his voice or his popularity so that the whole thing could be buried and forgotten. Well, now, perhaps he was going to die. I watched the blood from my veins fill up the container. I thought of the blurred rose on the plate that might have got turned around. I heard Walter still complaining about something. I listened to the doctor.
Blood won't do it at all, Walter. Lucky for Mr. Drury that Mr. Scales is around. Good man to have around. Universal donor. Blood mixes with all types.
But was it my blood or Walter's that mixed with all types? I didn't know. I couldn't be sure. Yet somehow I was sure that the plate had been turned around, and that would mean that if the doctor used my blood for a transfusion, that... What was it he said? It would be like giving Gary prussic acid. It would be murder. No one would ever know. The doctor might guess, but he would never dare speak. It would be put down to his own negligence. He came over to me and looked at the level in the container and nodded his head approvingly and turned to Gary again. I felt myself pulsing and drifting like a man dozing in a snowdrift.
Flower for your holster. Flower for your lapel.
Good evening, Florrie.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Drury. Looks like rain, don't
It
it?
does indeed. But then we can't complain. Well, John, you must let me run.
Here, sir. Take a flower.
Thank you, Florrie. The show must go on, you know.
Bless you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Scales.
Florrie, let me have a carnation.
Yes, sir. 2 shillings, sir.
Here you are.
Send it on for you.
Oh, thank you.
It's wonderful about your play, Mr. Scales. It's been a wonderful run. But then Mr. Drury does know how to pick them.
Yes, it Looks as if it might run forever, doesn't it?
No matter what he's in, they all come to see him. Not that yours isn't a wonderful play. Mr. Drury gave me a ticket for the second night.
Oh,
He's always so thoughtful.
What'd you think of it?
I thought it was lovely. I cried ever so. When Mr. Drury came back with only one arm and found his fiancée with that other fellow at the cocktail party.
Exactly.
I will rest on my laurels. That was a beautiful curtain line you gave him there, Mr. Scales, and the way you put it over.
Yes, there's no one like Drury to put over that kind of line. Good evening, Flora.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Scales.
Better Laurel. Oh, good God, Molly, Sheridan, hello. It's good to see you. It's been months.
Look who's here. New York's rising drama.
Oh, no, don't. Have you seen it? I sent you tickets.
Yes. Kind of you to think of us in your busy life. Yes, we saw the show.
Oh, I know, but like a fool, I signed a contract without a controlling clause, and by the time Drury and his producer had finished knocking the script around, there wasn't...
John, it's a shame.
Now, look, let's forget the play and go have a drink together, shall we?
Oh, sorry, Opa. We have to think of our reputations, you know. Good night, John. Come along, sir. John.
Well,
John, it was a good play. How under any circumstances could you have let them do this to it? Come along, Sherry.
Good night, John.
Yes. Good night.
Fine. Almost full court. That ought to do it. Feel all right, Mr. Scales?
Yes.
Good. Now we'll throw you out of here and go to work.
The doctor ushered me out of the room onto the stage. I saw him disappearing around the screen with a flagon in his hands as I closed the door. Just as I thought. There were the reporters waiting. I sat down. I felt weak, not right at all.
Mr. Scales, how is he?
Yes,
Will he live, do they think?
Well, they think he may. They're giving him a transfusion.
Oh, it's your blood. Oh, what a story.
Please don't use that.
Oh, yes, we know how you feel about all.
I'm just doing what anyone else would do. He was my friend. I owed him everything.
Well, of course, but you're a hero. You don't know how people feel about Garrett Drury.
Don't I?
Oh, incidentally, Mr. Scales, we hear you sold the screen rights to the play.
Oh, no, not yet. It was, we've been talking it over tonight. But if anything happens to Mr. Drury...
You mean we won't sell, huh?
If anything happens to Gary, Bitter Laurel will never be performed again. My hands were wet and cold, and I could feel the perspiration running down my back. My head was light, and I seemed to be walking on air. The voices of the reporters were distant and indistinct. I felt the sudden need to lie down, to rest, sleep. The door to Gary's dressing room opened, and I saw the doctor standing there. His face and his voice were blurred.
Scales, will you come, please?
What is it?
He's complaining of a pain in his back. He did almost immediately. We started the transfusion. He's asking for you.
Of course.
I don't understand it. I don't understand. We all did our best. So much hemorrhage, shock, cardiac strain. It's always a gamble, you see, when the operation is left so late. Sometimes there is a particular idiosyncrasy. I should have preferred a direct test, but that's no good if the patient dies while you wait to make sure.
Mr. Drury. Oh, Mr. Drury.
What is it?
Where's Bran?
Oh, his son?
No, he's understudy.
He'll be here in a minute, Mr. Drury.
They're waiting. Bran. Fetch Bran. The curtain must go up.
Oh, I don't understand it. Yes, he's dead.
Why did he die, Doctor?
Blood transfusion, but I don't understand it. Mr. Scales is a type 4 universal donor. Still, there are sometimes personal idiosyncrasies.
Yes,
I caught Walter's gaze and followed it. He was staring fascinated at the plate, which still stood on the table.
The rose. That one there that's smudged from the firing. I remember noticing. It was originally on my right. Now it's on my left.
Ridiculous.
You did it! You turned the plate around because you knew that my blood would save him and that yours
would. Don't be a fool, Walter. I
I
lost everything by his death. Why should I want him dead?
You hated him. I've seen it all the time. Because of the play.
Walter.
You killed
Don't be a
him!
fool. You're fantastic. What coroner? Coroner's jury. No! What coroner? And it happened. There. The roaring in my ears, the spastic constriction of my stomach. The room began to teeter and twirl. I staggered toward a chair. I could hear the
Dr. Finkel is from a long, long way off.
What's the matter? What is it? Easy now. It's shock.
No, here, my side, where the car hit me.
Where? Show me.
Just here.
Good Lord, man. Why didn't you tell us? You're hurt. Walters.
Yes, sir.
Tell them to bring in the stretcher from the ambulance. Quickly, man.
Yes, sir.
It's ironic. When the car hit me, it was an injury to the spleen. The spleen, think of it. So you see, all the time I was giving Gary blood for a transfusion, I was bleeding to death inside myself. Ironic, isn't it? Death from shock and loss of blood. They gave me a transfusion, too. Too late. But I wouldn't have to die, they said. I would have lived if I hadn't given my blood to kill Garrett Drury.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Joseph Cotton.
Simmer down, Harlow. No more of those explosive riddles.
I'm exploding with good news, Hap. The news that Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye seal beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Cary Grant. The play is called Salvage, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Blood Sacrifice was adapted for radio by Malcolm Meacham from the short story by Dorothy Sayers. Joseph Cotton may currently be seen in the Carol Reed production The Third Man, a David O. Selznick release.
You can buy Autolite Stayful batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's star, Mr. Van Johnson, in Salvage, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Happy Easter, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, my happy hackster. Say, that motor sounds sweet as an Easter sonnet. Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, no doubt?
Yes, sir. I just had it tuned up for the Easter parade.
Well, you know, Autolite Ignition engineers a complete line of spark plugs, including regular, transport, aviation, marine, and the famous Autolite resistor spark plug. The spark plug that offers 4 big advantages to car owners everywhere.
Go on, Mr. Wilcox. We're right in the middle of the Easter parade now.
Well, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give greater gas savings, faster starts in cold weather, smoother performance, even double life under equal conditions compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. Every advantage a winner. And it's all because of the 10,000 ohm exclusive Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug to make practical a wider initial gap setting. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Salvage and the performance of Van Johnson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
So it's gone up in smoke. Oh, I'm not complaining. Maybe $400,000 seems a little steep. A week ago, I would have said $400,000 was a lot of money to light a cigarette with. But it's funny the things you find out, the things that are really important when you're about to die. She came in without knocking and sat down on the edge of my rooming house bed, and it was so quiet you could hear the springs creak, both of them. I went unpacking my suitcase after a quick look for the changes marriage sometimes makes in a woman. I found none. She was still as approachable as a park bench. She sat there watching me, and suddenly I realized that love can be as close to hate as the two sides of a thin dime.
Going somewhere?
No, I just pack a suitcase to keep in training. Someday I may have to skip out in a hurry.
Miss me?
Beat it, I'm busy.
Just as I thought. You still love me, Danny. Deep down.
What did you come up here for, to excavate?
No. Thought you might be interested in a job.
Any job you could offer me wouldn't pay enough.
It might.
And my income tax would be too high. Beat it.
It's a job flying a plane.
Whose plane?
If you're interested, you can get the details tonight. All I know is that there's good money in it, and it's temporary.
What isn't?
Are you interested?
Where do I get the details?
How about Mike's on 59th Street for dinner? 8 o'clock?
I'll think it over.
You always said you liked adventure better than money.
I never said that. I like them both.
Well, you get them both if you get this job.
If I get it, who'll I be working for?
My husband. Who else?
Mr. and Mrs. Wendell H. Davis arrived at Mike's a little after 9. He was the kind of a good-natured, back-slapping, hand-shaking guy that dogs rub up against and children eat spinach from.
Sorry we kept you waiting, Connor. Just couldn't help it. You know, unexpected business.
Forget it.
You know what I think, Connor? There are only two kinds of people in this world. Those who are always waiting for something, and those who keep them waiting.
How about something to eat?
It can wait. What's the deal?
The deal? Oh, of course. Gloria thinks you can handle a certain job, Connor.
If it's a flying job, I can handle it.
That's what I like to hear. Confidence. Nothing like confidence in yourself. Where did you learn to fly?
The United States Navy.
Don't say. That's wonderful. I was in myself back in the First World War. Got myself assigned to as trim and seaworthy a desk as you could find in Washington. How long were you in?
4 years.
4 years? Don't say. Can you navigate?
Sure, the United States Navy likes to know where it's going.
All right, the job's yours.
If you don't mind, Mr. Davis, I'd like to know what kind of a job it is.
You'll be working for the Intercontinent Salvage Corporation, an enterprise incorporated under the laws of the state of New York. Are you satisfied?
What are you going to salvage?
Gold.
That's nice work. Is there money in it?
Is there money in it? Say, this fellow's killing me, Gloria.
I wonder if that would quiet you a little.
We're in business, Connor, to salvage gold from the ocean bottom. Tell me, do you know what a galleon is?
Sure, 4 quarts.
Hold it. Now, this is a serious business matter, Connor. If you aren't interested, just say so.
A galleon is an old Spanish sailing vessel. What of it?
Galleon is the kind of a boat the Spaniards used to use to send gold back to Spain in. Now, here, see this map here? The circle takes in Cuba and the Bahamas. Right in here, they went down by the dozens, gold and all. Sometimes pirates sunk them, sometimes they hit a hurricane. But the gold is still there. Billions.
Some of the places marked here actually show latitude and longitude. If the stuff is located so exactly, why hasn't it been salvaged till now?
Oh, plenty of it's been salvaged already. You don't hear about it because the government has a habit of taking such big cuts that most salvage work is kept secret. And some of it's a little harder to get at.
Why?
Oh, just little things like hurricanes, sharks, poisoned coral, sometimes island savages. But Intercontinent is going down after that gold on a big scale, legitimately.
I see. You're making it a big business.
Exactly. We're a stock corporation with almost $500,000 invested capital.
And where does my job come in exactly?
Now, Connor, do we have to discuss all the details right now? Gloria's hungry.
You're so right.
I'm hungry, too. Let's relax and eat and forget business for a while, huh?
No, let's not.
All right. Have it your way, Connor. Briefly, there are 3 parts to it. The first is to do as you're told. The second is to keep your mouth shut. And the third is to fly an airplane. That's simple enough, huh?
How much does the third part pay?
It's not piecework, Connor. The whole job pays $10,000.
So far, so good.
Your job is to scout the area ahead of the salvage vessel. The only way to cover that much water is with an airplane. Does that satisfy you?
There was something about Wendell H. Davis and Intercontinent Salvage Corporation I didn't like. And when I saw the tub chartered by Intercontinent, I liked it even less. She was built back in the 90s. Her original boilers had long since been replaced with a pair of pocket-sized oil burners. There was nothing left of her bright work, and the varnish had peeled off topside. She didn't look safe enough to sail in a fish pond. The last thing to go aboard her was the plane, a war surplus job Davis bought from somebody who had picked it up cheap from war assets. It was fitted with pontoons and extra gas tanks, and I took it up to the Cape and back on a trial spin with Wendell H. Davis accompanying me.
Think she's good enough to fly non-stop across the Gulf of Mexico?
The Gulf of Mexico? You ought to brush up on your geography.
Just answer my question, Connor. Don't worry about my geography. My geography's fine.
And your sense of direction's not so good. We're not going that way.
Answer my question.
If you want to fly out of the Gulf of Mexico, I guess you'll oblige. We were going out on the 11 o'clock tide that night. It was after 10. Behind me on the afterdeck, I heard a soft step in the darkness. It was Gloria.
Are you going to kiss me goodbye?
Seems we're always saying goodbye.
I'll miss you, darling.
Save it for your husband. I was just thinking of saying goodbye to him myself.
What do you mean?
This job I don't like. I don't think this tug can even get out to sea.
What are you worrying about? There's a plane on board.
I still don't like it.
What don't you like about it, Danny?
Mostly Wendell H. Davis. I don't think he's the good-natured, backslapping guy he seems.
It's a long trip. Something might happen to him. An accident.
An accident?
You heard what he said. Hurricane, sharks, poison coral. If you didn't want somebody to come back, it'd be easy.
You'd be sitting pretty if he didn't come back, wouldn't you?
We would, Danny. Together.
Is that why you got me this job?
Because I love you and I know you still love me. We wouldn't ever have to say goodbye again. This would be the last time. I'll be waiting for you, darling.
She walked away. There was a smile on her face like a cat that swallowed a bowl of cream. I stood there. Everything was the matter with this setup. My smiling employer, whom I didn't trust, a tub of a ship to sail in, and a plane that wouldn't have passed inspection in World War I. And Gloria, whose real name was Trouble. What sense was there to taking a job like that? No sense. Maybe that's why I took it.
Autolite is bringing you Van Johnson in Salvage, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Get any Easter eggs, Mr. Wilcox?
Eggs? Yes, sir. Half a dozen, assorted colors. And what do you think was in them? You're right. A set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. The newest addition to the complete line of regular transport, aviation, marine, resistor, and model spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite. And, man, you should have heard those proud beauties all firing in perfect order after I had them installed in my car.
The Easter Bunny was sure good to you, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure was, because those wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give every car owner greater gas savings, smoother performance, faster starts in cold weather, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. And it's all because a 10,000-ohm exclusive Autolite resistor is built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. This makes practical a wider initial gap setting, the advantages of which have long been recognized by automotive engineers. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Van Johnson, in Salvage, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
When the tub went out on the 11 o'clock tide that night, I was on it. I kept thinking about Gloria and why she got me that job. I kept wondering if the tub could stay afloat. I kept wondering why Davis asked about flying the Gulf of Mexico. And then I found something else to wonder about. It took me a couple of days to realize that there was something funny about the crew. There were 6 Chinese who slept below deck aft, and none of them could speak English. The cook was a Korean, and his conversation consisted of a wide grin. The 3 deckhands were fresh from Portugal. The mate was a sullen German, and the captain was almost completely deaf, and a boozer besides. It took me a couple of days, but suddenly I realized what it was. There wasn't a man in that crew I could talk to.
See anything of Mr. Davis? The big boss. I sneezed. Look, you don't have to talk my ear off. Just answer yes or no. Listen, you're the mate on this tub, and we're off our course. I tried to tell the captain, but he's so tanked up we'll be in Galapagos before his head clears. Hey! Oh, nuts.
I beat it into the radio cabin. The operator ought to be told we're off our course. I opened the door and saw the operator at his table, earphones clamped on. He looked around at me, and I stopped dead. The operator in the radio cabin was a skinny, red-headed kid with a frightened look on his baby face. The only one in the crew who could speak English was a badly frightened kid. Hello. My name's Connor. I'm the pilot for that crate out there. Mine's Scott. Come on in. If I can get in. This cubbyhole must have been built to hold the captain's toothbrush. What I wanted was to check the time from Arlington. Sure. They'll be on in a few minutes. You're not exactly an old sea dog, are you? This is my first job. You look nervous. Well, I want to make good, but Anything wrong?
Do you know exactly where we are?
Somewhere along the coast of Florida. Why?
What's the latitude and longitude of where we are now?
Well, let's see now. The latitude is about 30, and the longitude is around 78.
That's right. So why does Mr. Davis tell me to send a message that our latitude is 25 and longitude is 72?
What? We aren't within 500 miles of there.
Why does he want anyone to think we are?
I wonder.
Did you see the diving equipment?
Yeah.
I once saw some divers work. This stuff is no good.
That's what I thought myself. I wouldn't wear it in a bathtub.
I hate to think of anyone going down in it.
Maybe nobody has to go down in it.
Huh?
Maybe nobody was ever supposed to go down in it.
What do you mean?
Maybe this whole trip is a fake.
Fake?
Maybe what Wendell H. Davis is doing is skipping with the money invested in Intercontinental Salvage Corporation. That would explain everything. A broken-down tub that's going nowhere, a crew that asks no questions, a plane that's meant to fly Davis out of the country while this tub is reported 500 miles from here.
Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm not supposed to send false information when I know it's false.
You might get yourself in a lot of trouble, Scotty, if you don't.
You're right. But I ought to do my duty. Report our position accurately. And that's what I'm going to do.
The dirty little rat. Get the plane started, Connor.
He was just a scared kid.
Get the plane started.
Just a kid worrying about his first job.
You heard me, Connor. Get the plane started.
I looked down. There was blood oozing under my shoe. I looked at the table at the dangling earphones. Then I went out with Davis following me, the gun trembling a little in his pudgy hand. He got a black valise like bank messengers carry out of his cabin. On deck, the crew got steam on one of the winches. They freed the boom, and Davis climbed into the plane beside me. I turned on the ignition. We bobbed on the water and taxied for a minute to find the wind and warm the motor. We We gathered speed like a roller coaster, the waves slapping at the pontoons. I climbed to about 3,000 feet and leveled off. The gun was still pointing at me. You can throw that gun away, Davis.
Keep flying.
Where to?
About 10 miles south of Tampa. My wife's waiting to be picked up. We rented a beach cottage there a couple of weeks ago.
Are you sure she's waiting?
That's the trouble with you, Connor. You don't trust women because you don't understand them. Woman has no sense of justice. It's like children and madmen. You can't hold them responsible for anything. Maybe she's waiting, maybe not.
And after that?
Across the Gulf.
When do you pay me?
When we land in Mexico, safe.
Look, Davis, as long as we're both in this plane, anything that happens to me happens to you, too. So we're not going to land anywhere till you throw that gun away.
When we land in Mexico, you'll get your money. What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
How much is in that bag? All the assets of Intercontinental Salvage Corporation?
$400,000.
A lot of fish to toss to the sharks.
Sharks?
Down there. Big enough to swallow a guy like you in one gulp. Which goes into the drink? The gun or you?
The gun stays where it is.
Okay. We climbed to 6,000 feet. I looked at him and his hand was steady, the gun still pointing at me. I cut the throttle and we drifted a moment, then lurched and nose straight down. The wind screamed louder and louder past the wings. I looked at Davis again. He was pale, but his hand didn't move an inch. At 1,000 feet, it twitched. At 500, I stopped breathing. The plane was twisting out of control, the water coming at us like a tidal wave. At 300 feet, I threw open the throttle. The plane clawed for altitude, but the wind was hitting it like a pneumatic drill, trying to crack it wide open. It was a miracle that I leveled off. All right, Davis, you win.
I could have told you. I always do.
You don't know how close you came to being wrong. I almost lost control. We almost hit the wall like a tub of cement.
Yeah. For a minute there, you looked kind of worried.
It's easy to make a mistake about someone like Wendell H. Davis. He looked like a good-natured, backslapping guy until you get a close look at those gray, murderer's eyes. On a dark beach with the dimmed lights of a car, I brought the plane down the water and taxied as close as possible. I climbed out with Davis behind me. We waded in. He was grinning as Gloria came toward us.
Ah, got a rented car?
Sure. Got in Tampa, like you said.
I'll start it. I don't like flying with Connor. He almost spilled me in the drink. He might try it again.
Is this where I collect, like that frightened kid in the radio cabin?
What happened?
The less a woman knows, the smarter she is. Start the car.
You won't get away. When that tub is found, you'll be wanted for murder.
Me? Why? I couldn't kill him. I don't even exist. And neither do you.
What do you mean?
The captain will swear this plane was up scouting ahead of the salvage vessel when it crashed into the sea, and both of us were lost.
You paid him?
And now, so he'll stick to his story. We were over a bad stretch, no chance of finding us. Little things like hurricanes, sharks, poison coral, even savages.
So you had your disappearance from that tub all planned.
You don't look happy, Connor. That's too bad. I like to see a man die happy.
I stood there, paralyzed. She tried to hold on to his arm after knocking it aside. Blood was crawling down her face. He wrenched his arm free, and she sank down on the beach. I don't know how I got to him, but I heard the crushing sound as I hit him. I could feel his nose spread under my fist like unbaked dough. The gun dropped from his limp fingers, but I didn't stop to look. I threw myself at him. His heels kicked up in my face, and I stepped back. The look on his pudgy face was more astonishment than pain. He sank to one knee and tried to get up and fell. He lifted his head like a lizard in the sand, but there were no more words before it dropped again. She was still firing the empty gun at him. I took the gun gently from her hand. I lifted her head, smoothed back her hair.
Is he dead?
Dead enough. Just put your head back.
Everything's blurred.
You'll be all right. That shot just sampled your skin. Just a superficial wound, that's all.
The guy killed him.
I thought when you got me that job, you'd know that what payoff would be. I was all wrong about you. You risked your life for me.
My head's spinning.
Oh, you're going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right now.
Everything.
Once we get across the Gulf, just as he said, he doesn't exist. The plane fell into the sea while scouting ahead of the salvage vessel. The captain will swear to it. Your late husband bought us our freedom, paid for it himself. Gloria. She blacked out. I thought of getting her a doctor right away, but that would be too risky. It was just a superficial wound, mostly shock. I tore off part of my shirt and wet it at the water's edge. I washed the blood from her hair and face and bathed the wound. I lifted her gently in my arms, carried her out to the plane, and made her comfortable. Then I went back for Davis. I searched him, but he wasn't carrying anything. No identification, just a plane ticket on an express office in Mexico City. I took it. Then I got his body into the plane and climbed in after him with the black bag. I turned on the ignition, and the plane moved out into the Gulf. I got rid of everything in my own pockets, everything that could identify me, just to be safe. All I kept was an old cigarette case with no initials, a pocket compass, and the express ticket. Then I began prying open the lock in the black bag. I felt good. A strange feeling of being completely detached from the world down there, free of it. To them, I didn't exist anymore. $400,000 could make a world of its own, a world for just Gloria and me. A bright moon rode between broken patches of cloud as I got the lock open. I stared in. I heard myself breathing hard as if somebody else was grinning over my shoulder. The bag was filled with strips of newspaper. I don't know how long I stared straight ahead like a blind man. I heard Gloria murmuring coming out of it. I grabbed her arm. The money. It's not in that bag. That black bag's a fake.
He told me just before he sailed what he really did with it.
Told you what?
Didn't tell me till just before he sailed. Didn't trust anyone, not even me. Afraid I might double-cross him.
Told you what? Where is it?
Must be carrying an express ticket.
An express ticket?
That's why I was waiting for him at the beach cottage.
What's the express ticket for?
Where are we, Danny? Are you taking me to a doctor?
We'll get to a doctor, don't worry. What's the express ticket for?
Trunk. Mexico City Express office. Money's in it.
The express ticket. Then everything's okay. That ticket's worth $400,000, and we've got it. We've got it.
Well, where are we, Danny?
Don't worry about a thing, darling. Once we get across the Gulf, everything will be all right. Now, don't worry. I'll get you to a doctor as soon as we get across. You blacked out, but it was only a shock, just a superficial wound.
Turn back.
I got you into the
Turn back, Danny.
What's wrong? We'll be across the Gulf.
Did you hear me? Turn back.
Now, look, darling, get a hold of yourself.
For heaven's sake, listen to me. Turn back.
What's wrong with you? I'm doing this because I love you. Do you want to risk a murder charge? You can't prove you killed him to save me.
You think I cared what happened to you? I did it because I hated him. Because he killed...
Who? You don't mean Scotty?
Turn back, please, for the love of it.
What's that poor kid got to do with you?
Oh, poor kid. That baby-face could fool anyone. It always did. We once had a dancing act together. I got him a job. I'm at a tub.
Job?
We had it all planned. It was so simple, we thought. All we had to do was switch black bags, and once you took my husband across the Gulf...
Something's wrong.
The first night out, Scotty drained the extra gas tanks. He left enough gas to take this plane about halfway out over the Gulf.
Gnawed at the wrecked plane like rat's teeth. By the third night, Gloria was completely out of her head. It was horrible.
You were in pretty bad shape yourself when this freighter picked you up.
By the seventh day, I gave up all hope. Till then, I figured I had a chance, maybe one chance in 1,000.
Chance worth $400,000. You made it. If you kept quiet about that express ticket...
There is no express ticket. Found a soaked cigarette in my case. It didn't take long to dry, so I had a cigarette. But no match. Till I remember the compass in my pocket.
Compass?
With a little magnifying glass on it. You know how the sun's rays through a glass like that can set fire to the paper? And I had a piece of paper. Just one piece.
An express ticket.
I didn't touch it. Day after day, I clung to that one chance in 1,000 for 7 days.
7? Well, we picked you up on the 7th day. You mean just before we...
Like I said, I'm not complaining. That cigarette sure felt good. Felt like $1 million.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Van Johnson.
What a parade. I'm sorry it's over.
Over? Why, my merry man of motors, the Autolite parade is never over. It's a parade of over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Dan Daly. The play is called 6 Feet Under, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear, directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Salvage is an original play written for radio by Sidney Renthal. Van Johnson is appearing on Suspense by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Irving Berlin Technicolor musical Annie Get Your Gun, starring Betty Hutton, Howard Keel, and Louis Calhern. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Arthur Godfrey and Agnes Moorehead. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dan Daly.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Join in the fight against a killer which claims 562 Americans each day. Strike back at cancer by giving a generous contribution to your local committee of the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. Do it today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.